we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Hey, you guys, it's Mo, and hopefully there is a method to my madness. Starting about an hour and a half behind will hopefully give us a chance to fast forward through most of the breaks and kind of have a more condensed day, but also give me a chance to set things up. So there is a method to my madness. It looks like we are expecting opening statements today, so I do have my handy dandy notebook to write down what the state intends to prove and hold them to that, and then what the defense wants us to keep in mind as far as reasonable doubt. Now, full disclosure, I have not been paying attention to this case. I do know, because I was doing research over the weekend, that Brian did plead guilty to both the lesser charges that he was going to be facing in this trial. So the willful misleading of police, obstruction of justice charge, which he could get between 10 to 20 years for, and then the improper conveyance of a body does, merit upwards of 3 years. So that's what he's looking at right now, just because he already pled to those. Now, he did still plead not guilty to the first-degree murder charge. So that's basically all that this case is entailing. He did plead to misleading the police and the improper conveyance of a body. Now, that seems like an interesting sort of strategy, so it will be interesting for the defense to kind of pull a Chandler Halderson, well, look, he was there and he might have dismembered them, but we don't know exactly what happened. So it will be interesting to see how the case develops further. Now, I don't believe anything as far as the art theft or art fraud is going to come into this trial, other than possibly a motivating factor to get him out of trouble or to stop his wife from, continuing to try to keep him on the straight and narrow. But that's basically all. I do have bingo cards. They will become more sort of towards this trial as we go on. I will be adding more, but kind of just not being with the case. I do have Home Depot and an iPad. So I do kind of know the basics of the case, but I definitely wanted to come into this, especially with it being in Massachusetts and Karen Reed, shenanigans and controversy being there. I kind of wanted to come into this with the sort of same kind of, I don't know a whole lot about this. I'm just judging the case on the case for this case. So let's get into this. We are about an hour and a half behind, but that is okay because that means we can skip through, possibly the lunch break, but at least through good chunks of breaks or anything, and have a kind of more condensed stream. So let's get into this and see where we're going here.
Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal indictment number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
This is a very odd setup. I've never seen the defense behind the state. Again, there was a sort of similar awkward setup with the Karen Reed. I don't know if it's a function of Massachusetts courthouse being smaller or what have you, but I've never seen this particular setup. It's very odd to me. That being said, I haven't kept up with this case, so this might be totally normal for anyone who's watched this case.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion in limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walsh residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I'd rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
And this could be very well part of the strategic sort of plan for pleading guilty, that a lot of this maybe tangential evidence that could have been brought in since he pled to that, maybe the defense was trying to leave a lot of sort of bad information behind by going ahead and admitting it. I will have to look at these motions. Like I said, I'm just coming into this trial, so I'm writing them down, but I don't know what they pertain to. So, you know, I'm a professional.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough. In its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night.
Oh, for the love of God, we're going to be assaulted by sirens again? Your guess is as good as mine. I honestly haven't kept up with this case. Between Coburger and diving into that and just headlines and the cold, I have no idea. We're going to be just as shocked together. Honestly, I do like going into trials knowing nothing about a case, because that means that I have no preconceived notions. I'm willing to give both sides the benefit of the doubt and call balls and strikes as I see them. So I am not quite sure. I'm sure that we will get to know who it is. I'm guessing other channels who have been on this a long time will be able to fill in the gaps. But I am taking notes, and so eventually we'll learn together.
With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto, and I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back.
There is a person in this trial named Mr. Fasto. I love this timeline.
And, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I
Is there
mean?
going to be a Fasto issue?
All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walshe and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So, Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in lim to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text.
What would you say you do here, ma'am? Shouldn't you know the paper number of what you're objecting to? Now, in all fairness, and not to jump on her case when I can barely keep myself functional, but I'm type A to the point that if I am going to be raising something in court, I'm going to know exactly the page and exactly the paragraph and line because I don't want to look like a jackass in front of court.
Messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
I do like that the state
Somebody
is
give me a
helping
paper
out.
number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not.
And this is an interesting argument. If the defense can prove that Anna Walsh is the one that sent these, text messages, these pictures, are they hearsay? Because, Brian Walsh or Walshe, do we pronounce the E? If anyone in chat could help me. Because, I tell myself to remember every time I watch a video on this. And if it's the last thing I remember, thank you. I thought it was a silent E, but every time I guess.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
Is that
all
my own?
right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
Will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all,
I do like, so again, I haven't interacted with this judge, but I do like that she is clear and she is setting down, hey, I haven't made a ruling, but that doesn't mean y'all can just, walk all over me. So I do like that she seems to be starting off this trial kind of with a clear set of rules, what she's willing to tolerate, what she's not, and she's clearly defining that right off the bat, which means hopefully we shouldn't have as many shenanigans.
speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the.
Okay, this is my ADHD would spiral out of control. I'm so used to watching things on 1.25 and 1.5 that I'm like normal cadence is like, are we there yet?
House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them the 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come up.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to sign that?
Sure.
Oh, I love it when they whisper into the mics.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right, thank you very much.
Now, that's something new that I've not seen done. It could be something statutorily with Massachusetts. It could be something that the defense uses.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question.
Yes,
but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification.
Now, this is really good that the state and the defense could at least agree on the chain of custody of both the financial records and it looks like the DNA, evidence, or at least certain DNA evidence. That's going to take a lot of the sort of procedural witnesses out, at least for those pieces of evidence. So we won't have to have, hi, my name is Earl. It went, this, paper, this DNA went past my thing. I opened it up, I signed my initials, I closed it back up and, sent it off. So I do like that as much as they can, they are trying to make this as time efficient as possible.
Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal, beyond a reasonable doubt, and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion, if you're concerned about that.
It would be odd. Now, again, as a non-lawyerologist taking you through the vagaries of trial crime, there are other lawyers that will be able to give you an answer. But typically what has happened in other cases that I follow, if you plead guilty to pieces or parts of your trial, they usually hold on to the sentencing until the end, whether you've been adjudicated guilty or not guilty on the charges that you took to trial. So to have sentencing on the first day, the first official day of the trial, would be something that I've never seen. But again, it might be something that's statutorily allowed in, Massachusetts. I just haven't seen it before.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that
We interrupt this trial for the sentencing of things he pled to. I don't know. I like it when they just wait till the end, of the trial. I think it would be kind of jarring and disjointed to have it in the middle, but it's not my job to rule on this.
consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So,
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
Now, I will say when it comes to Brian, he doesn't deeply creep me out like Koberger. I talk a lot about optics and how defendants, are going to be judged a lot more harshly as trials become much more of a mainstream media, kind of a sporting event for nerds, if you will. That optics are definitely going to be an issue. I think it's good that they have him in a nice suit. It looks like he is doing notes, or at least not staring blankly out. Again, having not followed this trial very much, maybe it's easier for me to be much more objective. The Koberger case was kind of my worst nightmare with girls going off to college. So, his lack of affect and what happened maybe made me deeply unable to be, just objective about that case. I love his lawyer's hair color and, ponytail. So if you have hair talk, you can mark it off.
Indictment. Singular.
I will say that is a schnoz and a half. That is Ricada-esque.
Here, all persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Outside the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. But jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were on panel. And so the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right, and front left to the right. And keep on nodding.
Just when you thought being a juror would mean that you wouldn't have to face direct eye contact with the judge, this is worse than math class. Like, do you understand quadratic equations? Look, if I don't make eye contact with you, you can't see me.
Until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Oh, this is going to get
Were
so
you able to
old.
comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Can this be made into a Scantron asking for a friend?
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media?
This is just weird to watch.
And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, We're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? I do. Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by a Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walsh, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh.
Northport. Okay, I thought she was saying Norfolk, and I was like, that's not how you say that. Then again, I would never be able to say Cohasset in the way she does.
With intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial.
We are going to skip ahead to the jury instructions just because my ADHD will not tolerate 9 billion hours of jury instructions. We might, if we're feeling froggy, if we're waiting on verdict watch, go back and do the instructions. But no, this is not that channel. We're going straight to opening statements. Now, what I will be doing during these opening statements is these are supposed to be kind of a framework, the state kind of coming in and telling us, okay, these are our main points of evidence. This is exactly what we're going to be proving. These are the witnesses we're going to bring. And I will try to list down all the points that the state makes. And then when we're on jury watch, we can go back and see if they actually did cover all of these. And then for the defense, I will be pointing out, things that they usually the defense will point out things that they want us to pay attention to, reasonable doubt. So I will be writing all of that down so that we will see at the end of the trial if they stuck to their opening statements, which is something I think is really interesting, especially for a longer case like this. Though I do hope that the stipulations will cut down on some of the more, pedantic witnesses. But this is the ADA. This is ADA. I have it written down because I am a professional. This is ADA Craig Connor. So he is going to be the lead attorney on this case for the state. Brian is using 2 state-appointed defense attorneys. That being said, let's get into this.
May it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023,
For the love of all that is...
returned to work after...
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They couldn't give him a mic. You couldn't stand in front of a damn mic. I swear to God. It's called a lapel mic. It's called, one of those, Tammy Faye Baker televangelist mics. Could we please have audio? Excuse this rant. If you had cursed audio or damn it audio, I can't remember, but let's continue.
New Year's Hall. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walsh, and her husband is Brian Walsh. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walsh because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walsh commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walsh lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walsh had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington.
Go ahead and mark cough, cough. Stinger bell, no. What we did get was a lot of motions. It looks like the defense wanted to bring or take out of the trial any mention to a hole in the ceiling. And basically the state denied that. Basically, it just goes to show that the state did a thorough investigation. Defense's motion for an email including Mr. Fasto and an alleged photo of Anna and her son that is purported to be like one of the last things that Anna sent. Now, that motion, the judge hasn't decided to rule on that one yet, but did say that, hey, that's something that we're going to address when Mr. Fasto is on the stand. Another defense motion, basically the defense argued against this email sent by Anna to come in, but the judge said that she was going to wait and decide that when Mr. Fasto was actually on the stand. Now, the Commonwealth also put in a motion that basically says that the defense cannot bring in that Brian pled guilty to the obstruction and the removal or movement of a body. Now, the defense did make this strange request and wondered why he wasn't getting sentenced today for the 2 crimes that he did plead guilty to. In my experience, that is always saved till the end of the case, but the judge doesn't have any qualms with doing a sentencing mid-trial, I guess. So that's basically what you have missed so far. I'm starting with opening statements and just taking notes on what the state says it will prove, and then the defense wants to look at, and then at the end of the trial, when we're on verdict watch, we will see if they did a good job, doing what they said in their opening statements.
So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the 2 of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now, the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So, Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions. And Mr. Walsh repeats, Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walsh has been reported missing to the police.
Okay, so again, that does raise alarm bells for me, not calling the police. I'm the type of person, and with my life journey, that if Mr. Moe is 15 minutes late, I am this close to calling hospitals, okay? Even though I know the likelihood is he just got stuck in traffic or things like that. You know, I'm the type that's like, okay, no, we're sending out the National Guard. He's actually really good at calling me because he knows I get like this. So he's like, hey, just letting you know, I'm going to be late, because I do kind of get like that. So, you know, just as a casual observer that hasn't, according to the state, it's just a scotch sus.
It was done just before noon on January 4th, and no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence to you. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walsh would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Kitchen Spire, and she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with her. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C., and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify, and he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin, Ireland, the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends, who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a barre class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor, who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over.
Okay, I have to call something out. And look, regardless of my own opinions, and this is my own hot take I will fully own, Anna didn't deserve to lose her life. But look, I get you're stuck with Brian the douche who cannot, have an honest job to save his life. But to miss out Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving with your kiddos, to go to, okay, I will give you leave to go visit your deathly ill mother overseas, but to make it a part, visit my sick mom, part romantical date, and to miss Christmas Eve. Look, it's just something I wouldn't do personally. That bothers me a lot, but that's just my own motherhood hot take. Have I not made, look, I am a hot mess express. I'm not the best mom, but that does kind of bother me. That being said, she didn't deserve what happened to her. And hopefully this trial, by the end of it, at least the jury will have figured out what they believe. But that does bother me.
To the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids, actually got to play with the oldest child, and he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walsh, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi companies. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate it. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walsh interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walsh home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Smith will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied.
Let me guess, his story stayed exactly the same. There was nothing he needed to kind of tell you, no Google searches that, you know, he had to explainarate. I'm sure he was clean as the driven snow.
By detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company.
Because it was a big, fat, fraudulent company that was stealing money producing art fakes? I mean, it's not a flex if you don't take a salary because you're basically a felon who engaged in felonious things that don't make money anymore because you were convicted. But sure, he's a good guy, didn't take a salary.
He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter, that this case was causing stress on his marriage, that he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walshe, and that Brian Walshe was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset Police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Torino and Trooper...
You have got to be kidding me. What in the cursed realm of Hades that we have to listen to Guarino again? I'll be day drinking that day, just futuristically, Sarah Boone wise. I will have Boone's Farm that day.
Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers.
Do we really want to go into Sarah Birchmore and all that Trooper Guarino lost, didn't notice, didn't pay attention to, or anything like that? God, find another, internet matrixologist. God, Massachusetts, you're willing to pay $400K for Dr. Judson Walshe, the paint technician of excellence. You can't pay someone else to come in and look at the digital information since, State Trooper Garagos has turned out to be a dud in in every case that he's in. Oh, good Lord. Well, buckle up, everyone.
Tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walshe house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walshe managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched...
I swear to God, if the next line out of your mouth is "How long to die in cold," I will turn this trial around. Oh, Lord, how did I end up in this realm again? Same year, same locality, another Google search.
Best way to dispose of a body. And then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device, searched how long for someone to missing to inherit.
7 years. Read a book.
Can you throw away body parts?
I don't know who needs to know this. I'm hoping that no one in my chat is planning to futuristically crime, but don't Google it unless you have a VPN and incognito mode on. Don't Google your crimes. I don't know who needs to hear this. Brian, maybe this is a little, past for you, but don't Google your crimes.
Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, "You want to get away with murder? Use a special deterrent."
Well, I love that Gain is now going into the true crime section of, well, let's say clothing messes. And have a wonderful, wonderful lunchtime, Wolfram. Thank you for being a wonderful Modly Mod, because I am sure it's going to go crazy. Massachusetts cases seem to do. So I appreciate all of you in chat and all of you mods for hanging out with me.
This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body? How to dismember a body? Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Sir, like I'm trying my bestest here by my fingernails to remain objectical, but your history looks worse than mine, and mine has an algorithm that is blessed with cringelarity. At this point, is the jury going, do we have to stay here the whole time? Like, do we really have to be here 3 weeks? Allegedly in Minecraft. Look, I'm trying to keep an open mind, but his Google needs Alan Dershowitz, okay? He needs the dream team. His Google search.
The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. And it had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the password. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023.
Okay, to be fair, I can lose my phone in my house too. So I will say that this is probably the only thing I can relate to Brian Walshe on. I lose my phone in my house right in front of me. I mean, even with like the brightest case I can ever find, I still lose it.
However, there was another phone in the Walshe
Not a
residence.
burner phone. Burner phone.
An
We're adding burner
iPhone
phones.
SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers.
Are you telling me that there is another person that's going to be, convicted due to their need to stop at a booze store? Yes, Wendy Adelson, I'm looking at you. You and Brian Walshe, apparently, because he had to get that gin, allegedly, in Minecraft. There you go.
To a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You'll see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash.
Chandler
You'll see
Halderson.
surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. The investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd.
You can mark Home Depot.
You'll see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs.
Look, there is not enough Febreze in the world that's going to cover up homicide. I mean, I don't care what kind of pumpkin spiced magic you have, but a Glade scented candle is not going to get rid of, oh, I don't know, ammonia and peroxide mixed together to try to destroy bleach.
And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone going to the dumpster and then leaving. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Air Mary's watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name on it.
Not her Vax card.
Drugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Ryan. Scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, Use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, ADA.
All in all, I think ADA Clark Kent, or, you know, in the tradition of King of the Hill, good Hank, he reminds me of Hank Brennan, but if like Hank Brennan had a soul and was a good person. So good Hank, he seemed to do a pretty good job. It was a little dry. He could have made it more theatrical, but he did do a good job. I was able to take plenty of notes, and he laid out the timeline in a way that a person like me, who only knows maybe the vaguest bit of this case, I was able to get the gist of what they were saying and how this investigation came together. So I will say that it was pretty good, but now let's listen to the defense. Although, what are you going to say? Like, look, your juryness, my client likes to look up ridiculous stuff. He should just say he's a true crime podcaster.
Honor. Jurors, why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg.
All right, we're just going to go ahead with, we're going to skip the...
Brian Walsh.
If anyone has seen the Jordan B. Peterson debate with the gender, I think, teacher from Canada, this defense attorney looks exactly like the professor that he was debating against. So I'm going to have a hard time paying attention to him, but let's give it a college try.
Brian Walsh lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but we are, in fact, going with the Chandler Halderson defense, which is, okay, so you can, you know, you got me on the whole, you know, dismemberment. You got me on the whole, you know, moving the body. But how do you know I red rummed her? Is this literally the defense we're having? Let's give them a chance. Please tell me it's not their Halderson defense.
Brian Walsh went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walsh went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walsh, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you'll hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose of body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walsh was dead.
I am all the confusion, but I'm willing to listen to this. Is he going to say that she OD'd or something, you know, natural, and he freaked out and dismemberated her because that was the only thing he could do in panic?
That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow.
All right, let's talk about body language. I don't like the way he's closed off. Again, this is a very self-defensive thing. You're asking me to buy an incredibly redonkulous theory. Okay, you're asking me to suspend my disbelief, to state that anyone, you know, confronted with, let's throw out the scenario of a, natural death, it went in such a state that instead of going, hey, I need to call the cops, my wife OD'd, which sadly is not something that, first responders would be at all, ill-equipped to deal with. They could deal with that. But instead of dealing with the OD, he decided to dismember her. I don't like his body language. It's hard to sell, but let's continue. But I also don't like this sort of yelling. It's like every third word he shouts. I don't know if that's just the way he's kind of wandering and picking up on the mic, but that is annoying.
Left the family home of Brian and Anna Walsh sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walsh continued to celebrate the New Year's. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you will hear evidence that Mr. Walsh got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence.
Okay, I call bullshit right there. Because you know what I want to do when I'm partying on New Year's Eve? When I'm, maybe having a little champagne and slap and tickle with my wife, who I haven't seen for a while, is I want to make sure that I Dawn dish soap all the dishes. I want to make sure that pre-scour is on. I mean, okay, I'm calling BS on anyone, in the middle of New Year's celebration going to clean the kitchen. But call me crazy.
That he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walsh, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him.
His spidey sense just tingled. Okay, you guys, so I'm going to tell you a funny story about me. Well, it's not funny, it's a trauma response, but I choose to deal with it the way I choose to deal with it. You all know I lost my first husband, and so there is a reason that I get really Twitter-pated when Mr. Mo is late. Because, look, life in the universe already snuck up on me. I will not be snuck up on again. So I go to the worst case scenario. So that's why Mr. Mo has learned to call me, because I start calling morgues and stuff, which is a whole other thing my therapist is going to work with me about when I find one. Anyhoozle, I don't have a spidey sense. This is so far-fetched as to be unbelievable. This is actually the Chewbacca. I would be more impressed if they did the Han shot first defense.
But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening.
Okay, chat, I believe the guy who tries to tell me that ancient aliens came to the Nazca lines to give us technology to revive Atlantis more than I believe this story, but I am trying desperately to hold on to objectiveness, but okay, let's continue.
It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence.
We're fucking going SIDS? Are you kidding me? sudden adult death syndrome is okay. I need to check if Mr. Mo is burning toast, because I don't think I've ever been this inculcated against. Do what now? Sudden adult death syndrome? Okay, well. And I'm not laughing. Sudden infant death syndrome is incredibly sad. I hope that we can figure it out and no one has to lose a child. But we're going with, I mean, this is almost, I wish he had just said spontaneous human combustion. I mean, at least we could have brought back unsolved mysteries. Now, SAD is seasonal affect disorder is, depressive disorder is, but SIDS, you know, or sudden adult death syndrome, or whatever the hell he's trying to pull. Oh, dear Lord.
That it is great. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens. You're trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage.
That's why she was banging another dude. I mean, look, again, I am not trying to speak ill of the dead. I don't think any person deserves to go through what Anna went through. But yeah, they were desperately in love, and that's why she was banging her real estate agent.
Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Anna worked in D.C. Brian would. And he did.
Now, that is something that has made me kind of question things throughout this case. If it was, because it can be a blow to some men's egos to no longer be the breadwinner. A lot of men, or some men, tend to put a lot of stock or personal identity into the fact that they're being, you know, the breadwinner, the, you know, provider. And that's a big part of their personality and where they get a lot of their, you know, self-confidence, their self-worth and things like that. So I do wonder if they're going to bring up the fact that, if the state will bring up the fact that this sort of change in their marriage dynamics added more strain, because it really can, I'm sure. Good bless this defense. Good Lord.
There was stress in commuting back and forth between DC and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too.
I believe they were considerably affluent. I don't know, because I know Massachusetts is a very kind of wealthy place to live in. I do know that she had the house with Brian and then a separate townhouse in Washington, D.C., which is also not inexpensive to live in. So I think that they were fairly well off, but they were richer than me is all they probably did grocery shopping at Target. Or Whole Foods, you know, without even looking at the receipt. They probably bought all name brands, but I don't know where on the wealth index that puts them. But I think they were fairly well off, fairly comfortable, middle upper class or affluent, I believe.
And Anna Walshe and him they talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake.
That isn't, I do agree with the sentiment entirely. It's just very odd for the defense to be defending the victim having an affair on the defendant. CERN, okay, what did the particle collider do? Where exactly am I?
Think about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and Anna, but between Anna Walshe and William Faster. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Faster will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Fasto will testify that they behaved differently in public.
I wish.
To make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Fasto will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Fasto because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love. And all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish.
Photographs don't mean reality. Look, if you've ever been on one of those, if you've ever been a kid on one of those family portraits where your mother is like, get a clean shirt and if you get dirty, I will make a new one of you. And then you all smile like you didn't spend, like your mom didn't spend 8 weeks looking at Target for the right flannel shirt for all of you to wear in everyone's sizes, acting like a crazy woman. Yeah, photos don't mean reality. I mean, I don't know if you're new to the interweb, sir, but photos can be deceiving.
She is a beautiful woman, and it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fasto, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walsh's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do.
Can I get adopted? It does seem rather random. I do understand that he's trying to say that money wasn't a motive, but I'm sorry, passion and betrayal has always been a motive. And it doesn't seem like Anna could possibly be so compartmentalized in her cheating that not a whiff, not a idea, not even, a little bit of intuition made Brian jealous. Mr. Moe and I will say, oh, hey, Megan Fox, the thumb one at this point, the one in Transformers, is super hot. And we always joke that he has a hall pass for her and I have a hall pass for Henry Cavill. But yeah, I don't go up to Mr. Moe and say, hey, you know what? 5 guys hit on me today. Maybe it worked for their relationship, but I call BS. I don't think anyone appreciates hearing, oh, well, I'm totally attracted to this guy, and if you weren't around, I'd totally go after him.
There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts.
Wait, so is the defense here, if I have an Edward Jones account, I am less likely to commit red rum? So rich people don't have motives. I like it.
The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fester. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know.
Yeah, not awkward. Talking to your side piece about your husband and wanting to get support for said husband from the guy you're banging. These sound like conversations that you would have.
You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 12:25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis.
Okay, defense attorney, I hate to be the devil's advocate, but couldn't at this point, if Brian had dispatched her, he could be sending himself Zillow links to make himself look innocent? I mean, look, I am trying to stay with your story here of sudden human combustion and such, but I mean, I hate to bring up Chandler Halderson, who texted himself from his mother's phone and then wrapped it in tinfoil. But there is precedence for it.
They're searching for future investment property.
Sure.
You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well, so I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what, I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why?
Okay, so the defense here is sudden death syndrome for adults. Brian loved his wife and they texted each other. I would love to see evidence. It's a large hurdle. Again, you've got to imagine what a reasonable person would do. And a reasonable person, if presented with their spouse non-responsive, would call 911, not dismember them and throw them into various and sundry dumpsters.
Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his MacBook that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for them. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12.
So did Jim Jones until he gave everyone Kool-Aid. Things can change in an instant. This could have been a heat of passion. Again, you can have years and years of a spouse or people loving each other, and then all of a sudden it's a snapped episode. This is not evidence of anything. I want to give him like a hug or something, but
30 simple texts between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? We'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve.
We've come full circles to the spaghetti against the wall that you want me to believe and the weird Quaalude trip that you want me to co-sign if I believe your scenario.
Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with two people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking. New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Anna was happy.
Yeah, because generally you don't air your dirty laundry out in front of the company. Even if you're having a hard time, you generally don't, show your ass in public. I mean, maybe that's just my family thing, but, if there's people around, we don't generally show our asses.
He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian but those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27.
Okay, it's not the search for a divorce attorney that I find all the sus. It's the house long to hide a body and can you throw pieces into the garbage. Those are the searches that I think you might want to focus on negating, sir, not the divorce one. I mean, in your narrative, it's not the biggest thing. I mean, I know you're doing this whole happy family thing, but still, I think of all the searches I would try to, get in front of, it would be the dismemberment ones.
And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure?
Is he alluding to the fact that Brian is going to get on the stand? Because I'm ready for that train wreck. I mean, I'm ready to hear him explain himself.
That my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years. That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversation about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walshe was never going to leave Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen?
Let's see. So what would Jesus do when encountering a dead spouse and not wanting to hurt the small children? Would they, A, call the cops and have police and, people that, care for deceased bodies with dignity and care, go through that process? Or would you, dismember and pitch in the trash and leave blood and viscera all over your household, contaminating your children's iPads with, morbid searches? I mean, sure. Okay.
To their 3 boys, now that Anna is no longer here. What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will
All
those
of
3
them.
boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys.
Okay. I have tried to hang on with my fingernails, sir, to dear life to this narrative, but now you're saying that Brian just couldn't let go of the body. That's why he decided to desecrate it by dismembering it with a hacksaw, snippers, and all other sorts of things with a Timex, suit or, a hazmat suit. It was because he loved her so much that he dismembered her. He just had to stay and hang on to the body. I mean, this is an interesting gambit to go through, but I don't think necrophilic attachments to a dead body is a defense I would put through. But there you go. There you have it. Holy God, what is this trial?
Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him.
He just dismembered her.
Never. Think about that. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
I think we can summarize the defense by sudden adult death syndrome and Anybody who loved their wife would dismember her for the children. I y'all watch the opening too. Let's see what the state does with that.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg? About 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just a show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or can we hold on for 15? All right, we're going to take your break early, and we'll see you back in about...
And we're going to skip on through that break. I like going a little later so we can skip forward and ahead and not be dependent on having to make our own entertainment during these breaks. Ronan, this is the opening. So we just got done with the state and defense opening in the Brian Walshe case. Now, this has been a pretty big case. A lot of people have been following it. I really haven't. I do like coming in with sort of the jury perspective on trials. This is a case where Brian Walshe now is on trial only for murder in the first degree. He has already pled guilty to obstruction and lying to the police in the story that he said where his wife, left early on a business kind of emergency and disappeared. And he did confess to dismembering and disinterring and then moving her body. So he's basically trying the Chandler Halderson defense, which is, okay, you got me. There's enough evidence to show I dismembered the bodies and tried to obstruct justice. But you can't say I actually did it. So that is kind of where we're going with the defense, which is interesting. You have it. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Now, this man made all of the Google searches about how long to dismember a body. Can you throw away individual pieces, in the trash? Basically, all of the bad things that he put on his Google search.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Oh,
Yes.
Go ahead and go sidebar surprise. And I didn't expect to see a rosary. Sir, you need like 70,000 Hail Marys, okay? I'm not saying, but I don't know that you should be holding that. You might get struck by lightning.
Okay.
I mean, I have considered it. And we will also get a blast from the past with the Karen Reed case because Trooper Gergos, yes, the man who missed everything in the Sarah Birchmore case, will be reprising his role as, digital forensics expert. Hopefully he doesn't miss all of the searches in this case or everything, as he is wont to do. Thought we were starting. Good Lord, in a handbasket.
Move it back.
Interesting. Did we have some media shenanigans? He has an indulgence. I'm guessing this is Anna's mother.
Not yet.
the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, the press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine, but I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it.
You loud typers. Who brought the clickety-clackety in? Someone brought in an old school typewriter, because that's what I would do. I'd be like, ding, juror. I would do that because, well, look, typewriters are fun, especially with that little ding noise. I would never get anything done. Just bring in my Kubrick typewriter from, The Shining.
Encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it, and I want to make sure you let me know.
Getting over Typegate. Good Lord, could the jury take any longer?
So, jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
Now, if I remember from the opening statement, Harrison Schmidt is going to be the head of security for... head of security for the real estate agency that she worked with, if I'm correct. But I'm terrible with names, so... What in the world is that walk? Is he Borg? I have this on normal speed. What is this walk? He must have had a really bad leg day.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Ooh, they pull out the chair for you. Oh no, hell no. That is a Darwin Award waiting to happen. Someone is going to fall out of that chair.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, Schmidt.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset?
Never mind, he was one of the cops. I was wrong.
Police Department.
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor.
Okay, look, I already like this guy because he, like me, has not seen a full night of sleep in like 47 years, okay, which is longer than I've been alive. But he and I both have the eye bags of a mature woman who has children and insomnia. This man looks like he got less sleep than me, which is a feat.
Certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors. Use of force for the department and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And
That's
about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objection to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. You want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor?
Okay. And do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right. So any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before
God bless a judge who wants to do things efficiently.
case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report. And so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 through 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back.
They don't have a little screen so he can.
I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll allow it.
Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at
Nice
that right
house.
front corner,
Like the
are there
windows.
any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little three-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where
Okay, I call mother effing BS because, okay, this is just a thing for me, but I have 3 boy children. I would never have white chairs. Never. We have nothing white in our house. Like light beige like this, it just doesn't survive. We get dark colors that can be wiped off. This family is obviously functioning better than we do.
where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Blank
The
face.
record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it,
Where was Officer Lorenz?
on the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table. in
And
the
then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is Exhibit now 7?
Ooh, puppy.
Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No,
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
in that crate.
Holy shit. Are we saying we found Chloe? Also, I miss Friberto. He was such a bad dog. He was such a bad puppy. But I loved him. He was my bad puppy. And I miss him so much right now. He was supposed to be a Pomsky. He turned into a German Shepherdie. And we don't know what he got into, but he got into something. But it's amazing. Hans is making me miss Freiberto.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this as an exhibit yet, but I have it on the individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
Ms.
right.
Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please, for the love of God, let it be loud
You've
enough.
had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the quarter is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Can you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Wall,
Brian Walsh, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this
course.
today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you what you need, please?
I am only laughing because as a parent, I could literally be being, interviewed by the cops and my youngest, most feral would run in, "Hey, I know you're getting interrogated, but can I have a snack pack? Or are you almost done? I'm bored. Do you remember the password on Roblox?" So this is kind of normal for me. But you would think he would have you would think the detectives would say, "Hey, do you have someone that could come over so we could talk to you and not have the kids running in saying someone farted," which I did hear on the audio.
Yeah. Okay,
1 second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
honest, you guys will behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is,
That's,
word text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was
Okay.
coming in, I'd asked.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m., there's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, gate C28, to Boston, Terminal C, gate C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah, what was that about?
Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's gonna help you, please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some, videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting them, to me. And if you wanna look at it, it's probably a year's worth.
So the look at anything is kind of interesting to me because he seems to be A-OK. Again, I have to imagine, because the defense wants us to imagine that this is a man overcome with anxiety, with regret, with the absolute unreality of the life that, you know, his wife suddenly died and he had to dismember her. So you've got to imagine that according to the defense, as he is talking right now to the police and being ultra calm and everything, he knows that he has either that his wife is dead somewhere or that he dismembered her. I don't know. The defense isn't making sense because you can't say that he was deeply in love and completely agonized about what he did, and then he's A-OK talking to the cops without a hint of anxiety in his voice.
If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. Trust me. That's.
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
Right.
She responds, amongst other things, yes, boarding now.
They really
so,
don't.
Okay. Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and who's the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo. Most likely.
You took these and sent
Not
them
yet.
to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, so
She
she,
would take my phone and send them to herself.
okay,
The ones that she had.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so, yeah. So I took the photos, a lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m., a text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m., another text. Yesterday, bring a text. 6:39 a.m., continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
I have no idea why we're looking at him.
So I tried every sort of.
Now, this is the part that I do think is going to get upsetting because if Court TV has a history of doing this, to the point that cameras were sent out of the Lori Vallow Daybell, Idaho trial because the defense got upset that Court TV and Law and Crime were focusing only on Lori. And Court TV, could you not do the same damn thing again so we can actually watch this trial and I don't have to listen to the audio?
Situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue
It's like
ever
they
get
never
resolved?
learn.
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And
So,
it's on Verizon, if you know?
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system?
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and was moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number
Wait a minute. So she took her personal phone and made it a work phone? Okay, sure.
as well, because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay, so she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work to start paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay,
yeah.
excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Important, yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here?
she always Uber or Lyft.
Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one of the two.
Okay, and then, so she gets dropped off here?
Usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place, so,
Okay.
but that's pretty much. it.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally she's off pretty quick. Yeah,
work, focus
right,
on
so
work, right.
so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation, if I had heard from her, I would have known what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure.
Again, the more I listen to this man talk, and I'm trying to give the defense's scenario the benefit of the doubt, I would expect to hear some sort of vocal tension in his voice. I would expect to hear at least something, a little bit anxious, a little bit. Now, granted, I don't know his baseline, so this could be him freaking out, and I just don't know. But if my husband were missing, I would be like, okay, have you searched the morgue? Look, I've already searched, but you would have noticeable tension in my voice. I would be talking very fast. I would be verbally diarrheaing anything I could think that might help the police find my husband. So it really is not good for the defense, in my opinion, that Brian was able to present so utterly unaffected when their narrative is he was so devastated by the loss of his one true love that he ended up dismembering her and hiding it from the police for a series of days, all while basically carrying on a semi-normal life. So you can't sell me two things, that he was emotionally distraught and horrified by what he did, but he was able to interact in public normally. It's going to be a hard thing for the defense to sell, because I can't be the only person that's going to say, gosh, how does one do that?
Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Yeah, so
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some point. She was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care. It's where the daycare is where we pick them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I was going to go, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. And
Okay.
then she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay. And
JKD Buck, look, I know this is a terrible case, but this reminds me of when my youngest, most ferals were younger and all the little kid voices. So it is kind of bittersweet to remember the kind of little school, preschool years. When I had the little voices always, he's touching me. But that being said, I do love my silence and being able to cover trials. So it's kind of a little taste of that while remembering that I can have a quiet time.
Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method in here.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I guarantee you that Mr. Mo when I was doing my nails, Mr. Mo would have no earthly clue in the faintest, foggiest F word where I got my nails done.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or did
Yes,
you,
that's it,
you
yeah.
didn't go,
No, we didn't
dinner
go.
or lunch or anything?
No, we were just here in the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands.
Yeah.
And then you just hung out.
Okay, which kid is choking on a french fry in the background? My mom's senses went up and I'm like, someone is choking.
Yeah, then the kids, doing family time.
So then she hit
For the love of God, someone go check on the choking child.
Farmhead and Hingham for the gym in the morning
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes.
And then Walshe nails.
Yes, because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, good. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Guys, okay. So this is one. And then my son.
Now, if you ever do need a time where you need your kids to sit still, now I understand that, tablet time and sitting them in front of the TV is bad. But if you should have a time with young ferals that you have to sit down, what I always used to do and have adult conversations was find a movie that came out for rent on, or a movie they hadn't seen, bake popcorn, and they stay up there. Now, it isn't foolproof. You still have kid interruptions, but if you set them up with something, they usually do okay.
Took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna give you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for your brothers? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jen.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
dinner here?
Yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out into he had thrown out my wife's phone there a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then.
Yeah, no. Okay, so you're expecting me to believe, Mr. Walsh, that a man who is involved in high stakes property, speculation, businesses, estate planning, and someone who might be looking down the barrel of a federal sentencing in your art fraud, you would be without your phone. You would be lackadaisical with where your phone was, in case your lawyer needs to talk to you, the feds need to talk to you. Because I'm calling BS. I'm calling BS that you allow your kids to play with your only form of communication, especially when they have their own tablets, when it looks like there is not a dearth of other, electronic things around for them to have. My kids know they don't play with my cell phone, so maybe I'm just bringing my personal stuff into this. But I can tell you that, if you use your phone professionally, you're not going to be that lackadaisical about, I just couldn't find my phone for a day or so. One of the kids have it. I mean, or maybe that's just my type A personality.
Then she's been on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC.
Okay.
So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we made this decision together. So,
Do you know what kind of issue arose?
she didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of.
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building, the FBI raided at one point. Another building, there was a disgruntled tenant. And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want, I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay.
And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down, I guess Thomas.
Jim, this is actually the first interview that Brian Walshe did with the lead investigator, Detective Schmidt, and it was in the house the evening that that Anna's work had reported her missing. So he basically had the kids, so there is a lot of kid noise background. What is really disturbing to me, at least if you are trying to follow the defense case, is that you want me to believe that this man was so distraught at the loss of the love of his life, and yet he is able to, within hours, basically set up this entire lie, this entire story, and convincingly, give it to the police. I mean, I guess it's possible to be so distraught and then to pull it all together, but this isn't what normal people can do. Normal people can't turn off their grief, their anxiety, their overwhelming. We can fake it. We can mask it as best we can, but looking back on it, and with other people that are around us, we're usually not masking our inner turmoil as well as we think we are. So I find it very far-fetched that to follow the defense. And again, I'm waiting until the defense shows evidence, but I find it hard to take their opening statement theory that Anna died, unexpectedly. He was so overcome and distraught and didn't want to lose his wife that he kept the body, dismembered it at some point in time and was able to tell the cops this fakakta story. With corroborating evidence of his, text and everything. And, I lost my phone. And, we're super happy. And don't forget, we signed, stuff on the champagne thing. So he's not even showing the anxiety that Letitia Stalk showed. I mean, if you go back and watch the body cam with Letitia Stalk, it is incredible the amount of anxiety that wasn't picked up on when you know what you know after the end of that case. How she, blocks the storage room, how she tries to continue to bring, eyes away from where she's hidden Gannon. So I don't know, but I'm having a hard time reconciling, the defense's theory that he was so distraught, but he was somehow able to come up with all of these, stories and lies and obfuscations without, showing any sort of turmoil.
Heard her and came down and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left, he got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it's a taxi. And I was like, can you describe the car? He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi. And
maybe she's my driver, like,
Yeah.
but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. But what was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is the second.
Okay.
This is Jeff. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah. That's a focus.
Yeah,
One
gotcha.
yeah.
So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight.
Is anyone having intense Chandler Halderson flashbacks? If you... Oh, okay. I trapped a cat when I... All right, dingus. Well, that's why you don't get under the seat. Only on professional YouTube podcast trial watches do you have dingus get trapped by my lift chair. Now, if anyone... It is the amount of detail that doesn't matter that is giving me such Chandler Halderson flashbacks. If you remember that most boring of interrogations, like the hour and a half that Chandler talked about Jeopardy and the green egg and every other inane detail that didn't matter, I am getting such flashbacks. I mean, your wife is missing. Who gives a rat's ass about, you getting free miles on a JetBlue credit card?
She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston, so that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, it was my
I'm sorry,
6-year-old,
Thomas.
yeah. Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah.
And it's really, really gross to involve the children. Now, here's the problem that even the most sympathetic juror to the defense's, narrative is going to have, at least in my opinion, because this is where I have a big issue with it. You use your son to create an alibi, and if there is not one more dumpstery thing you could have done to your children other than, dismembering their mother, which you have pled to, it would be involving them in your cover-up. Regardless of, whichever reason you had to, cover this up, whether it be the state's case, premeditated murder or sudden adult death, you chose to involve your son. And if that's an immediate turnoff to me. Now, it doesn't mean that I can't, remain objective, but it definitely means you as a person, I'm going to find that I have less and less ability to put myself in your perspective as a reasonable person because I would never involve my kids in my alibi.
So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early,
Okay.
and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, you know, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, mommy had to leave early."
Yep.
And he
So
was like,
two
"I
of the
remember that."
children now.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, and Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys were we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
They're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play, so totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, and then Thomas came
Okay.
and hung out, and you know, we heard it was going, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we did it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that.
Again, it's this jovial small talk that I find very, very disconcerting. Again, I wouldn't be able to do that. And I think a lot of jurors are maybe going to put themselves in that space where the defense asked us to put ourselves, which is that you've lost the love of your life. You are terrified that no one will believe you. You have gone and done a monstrous dismemberment. I wouldn't be chatting about these inane things with the cops. It's very odd to me.
Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Adela, who I spoke to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing that she was not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on. And then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
so maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like,
I want to go back real quick. She was or is. That's really interesting. So, it seems like she was invincible and Superwoman.
She said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
so maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you. thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, all right. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out. And then she moved to DC. And then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long. And then, things progressed. So that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's got to be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, a lot of people got divorced. We enjoyed family
You
time.
loved it,
Yeah, everybody loves it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jen leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there.
Goodness, the Chandler Halderson flashbacks. They said they might go up to White Lake. I don't know, Kat. I'll let you know if they decide to go camping. Again, defense, I'm trying to hold out for you.
Earlier, but stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time
That's
speaking.
understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were to bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both asleep at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got. This is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
So everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on early 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. Then she does the final cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be ruined. The boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yeah.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think they're for me, but they're for Anna.
Okay.
And her Instagram.
So my husband's phones and mine, actually every phone that's on our family plan that is an iPhone, we have this weird mirroring kind of thing where I'll get texts unless we use WhatsApp. So I don't know if this is an iPhone thing or what, but I thought we were the only people that did this. That being said, neither of us are, doing anything that we mind, our text. Now, our daughters who are texting their friends do not like that they're CC'd or I'm CC'd in on their drama llama stuff, but what can you do?
I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jen and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't. But now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been no. I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
To keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right, so Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
No.
Okay.
But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
at that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day,
Day.
because she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this person's report right there. So I was like,
Yep.
and then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday, 11.
Okay, wait, make this make sense. So she was late, only late on the 24th, Christmas Eve. And, you couldn't hear you didn't hear anything from her. You didn't have your phone. So you somehow managed to reach out to all her friends and your mom and claim that you were going to do a missing persons report. But your wife is then missing yet again less than a week later. And you're like, YOLO, I'll wait for someone else to call in a missing persons report. It makes perfect sense.
11 a.m., I guess William took it, put it up in his bed. It was Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
We're going on another day.
yeah. So now it's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost, and then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone, and then the tuition spot group got back to me very quickly. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod, who I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. And he said, I didn't see her yesterday. Okay. And that's when things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yeah.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she?
Yeah, not if she's
ever
cheating.
turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So.
Is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking at her phone charger?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay.
Every
Is
time
anything else come to mind that we
chargers
should be aware
are.
of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for.
Well, JKD Buck, he used to be in fine art kind of sales. He was an art broker, but it turns out he had a bunch of fake Picassos that he stole. Or I think he stole a friend's Picasso, made a bunch of prints and sold those as real. But he has been federally charged with a massive amount of art fraud into $400,000 that he has to pay back. So it might not be Picasso. For some reason, Picasso is standing out to me, but he was involved in art fraud.
Wow, we haven't had that. I talk to her a lot, and even if she can't talk, she sent me a text saying I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, "You need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure for her." And I said, "Sure, of course, I understand."
Right.
And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling like she's like, "What's going on?" She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, coming. So the detectives class, they're coming. Global, the gentleman at Tishman Spire is head of global security. So
Okay.
I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or
No.
does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use
You
any of
don't
that
use
stuff.
it?
Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So I was
Right. Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys, that's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys are coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's
Okay.
available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay,
anytime.
perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, so she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother
Okay.
at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes, sorry.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So.
So any other siblings?
It's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
so that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
Very.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December?
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work
And
out.
it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Was Jimmy like best friends? I know you mentioned Jem, which was an old.
Jem is,
co-worker.
there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Little Washington. Jim and Abdella called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they want you to live?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town, there's Abdella, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers.
You're like, she's really good friend with the neighbor, that one neighbor. From what house? Like, look, I don't know my neighbors' like first names because I'm terrible with names. Now they have told me and I endeavor to remember them, but I don't. But I could tell you the general outlines of their house or whether they're straight across or cat a corner to me.
Jimmy's spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like, settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Abdella is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house.
Okay.
And Bella did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down? Or brought
No,
you
no,
back to DC?
she was in DC, I was always involved, like, you're going back, like, from the beginning of our relationship? Yeah,
So, like,
Yes.
how long, like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah, so we met, years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her, in November of 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013, we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, oh, we go back to DC now as it works out, and I said, sure, and then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to.
Why would you be wondering whether she had a second device? It seems like an odd thing to wonder about if you truly trust your wife and, think everything's great.
Have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices, though.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So,
Okay, great.
with me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, like everything good and in order, or
yes.
Are there any stressors, or?
Well, it hasn't been presented yet that she had an extra device. I think the state said that Brian had an extra phone, or someone did. I was trying to take notes as furiously as I can, so I'm actually going to re-listen to the opening statements to make sure I've got everything they said right.
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh, wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers had both of their health was difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently.
Okay, again, I tend to nerd out and pick out specific phrases that kind of stick out to me when I'm listening to people talk. But this statement of not being authors of our own lives, and his, admittance that Anna was the one in charge of bills, and his kind of admitting that, he was one to spend and not really think about the consequences. It does seem that he was annoyed he couldn't just do what he wanted to do. And if Anna had been found to be having an affair and you know, basically controlling him by saying, hey, you've got $400,000 we need to, you know, go ahead and budget for, so you're not allowed to get X, Y, or Z. Could that have, you know, really, really pissed him off? Unfortunately, you know, all you need is a motive, a reason that resonates with any of the jury. And unfortunately for the defense, I don't think they've found anything that resonates with the jury as far as they've done the, you know, sudden death and he chopped her up because of, you know, hysteria. And thank you, maybe not, for gifting 10 memberships. And those went to excuse me, Baxton 123, Tammy Fayette, Melissa 1816, Washdog 6529, Phoenix Fire 1977, Zen Jen 7777, Lori Walls, Scott B 1177, Peanut, and Crazy Mom Nat. So welcome to the Church of Mo. We have dark chocolate, sarcasm, and true crime. And apparently we're going to need all of the, you know, dumpster fire protectives unit, because this case is already nuts. If you have not seen the opening statement for the defense, it is very Chandler Halderson-esque. Basically, look, you might have evidence that I dismembered. You might have evidence that I, you know, moved the body. But how are you going to say I red-rummed her? Yes, that is the defense we're going with. I shit you not.
Cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So
I'm sorry.
no, she's doing well. So thank you. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It just, it was, you know, it was one of those, you know, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So,
Perfect. I appreciate you being.
That just seems so apropos and out of nothing. It's like, hey, I'm a great husband. I was reading her a love letter from 4 years ago. Again, it's just not anything topically I would even throw into a conversation. If I'm worried about my husband, I'm not going to go on about how, you know, yeah, he really annoys me when he makes loud chewing noises, but I love him. Again, it just doesn't compute.
Open?
yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like?
Just a rundown of, what.
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney?
Am I?
You know, when you have to tell the cop, hey, my name is Brian Walsh, and you might know me from other crimes such as the Great Warhol heist of, 2013. And, you might be able to see my mugshot on local papers. Again, if you have your mugshot on local papers, I'm not sure that you want to Troy McClure it, but there you go.
What's your representation?
No, I
don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that, and then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check, saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why,
I mean, he just accidentally tried to sell a Warhol that he, may or may not have misrepresented, as we all do. I mean, who among us hasn't tried to sell a bogus Warhol? Not sure that this is going in that relatability thing. Like, when you try to sell, counterfeit art to local galleries in Los Angeles.
I've been able to be in Massachusetts with, I'm sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day, there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Perfect.
Obviously,
Let it be the time.
that's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And, but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can I'll give you my attorney's number, if she can also tell you about it. She probably explain the law better than I can. But I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So we're not here to catch judgment.
No, it's but I just I want.
Oh no, I'm going to pass judgment. You tried to sell a bogus Warhol. Did you actually think people don't research these things? Did you think that a gallery was just going to take your word like, trust me, bro? I mean, how did you think you were going to get away with this? There are entire careers that are, just people whose entire career are just authenticating art and, making sure it's real. But I love how he's like, look, I lost money. Who hasn't tried to, dig around in the art community for cash?
I want to get a whole picture. I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife.
Except the body. I don't want to hide anything from you except the body and the fact that she passed away peacefully, but I had to dismember her.
That's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So we just.
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely
stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But I'm under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not. Again, we're not here to judge anything like that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is.
I'm waiting for him to say, I don't think you know who I am. I was on honor roll in high school. I'm waiting for him to go full Sarah Boone. Like, I had a citizenship award in 3rd grade.
Don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah. I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point, and now she had to start carrying her passport. But now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas, and so the only way to identify him properly.
Sure.
So she brought those passports here, and we're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She just so for health. I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
on her side.
On her side, and but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or our anniversary, so it's sad.
So,
The last thing I'm going to be bitching about if my spouse is missing is that we didn't have enough date nights. Even the defense attorney is like, yeah, this is going well for us. First witness, this is great.
You're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? One biopsy?
Nothing, I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talked about everything, and.
Except the dude she's banging.
No, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage.
JKD Buck, right now it is lead detective Schmidt on the stand, and this is the first initial interview that was done at the Walshe house after the missing person report was sent in. So this is the first time that Brian is talking to the police. And if you get Chandler Halderson flashbacks, there is so much kind of random miscellaneous small talk in there, really random details. A lot of the kind of padding that Chandler Halderson did for his story, I'm having. It's taking me back because a lot of just the asides and things aren't things that you would think would be top of mind if you were severely worried and anxious for your spouse.
Luggage-wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was gonna take a month or two to get there. It's taking a lot longer. So, we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And
But
you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here?
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense, sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, so I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So, can you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like
Ooh,
big-
schmancy.
Well, no, it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown. The
Louis Vuitton makes duffel bags? I don't know. I expect Louis Vuitton to be really bougie, and I wouldn't think that they would make a duffel bag. I mean, look, it's not my jam. I would much rather buy things with like anime unicorns on them. So I'm much more of a Tokidoki girl than a Louis Vuitton. But I guess it doesn't compute to me that Louis Vuitton would make duffel. I mean, they can make money, so I'm sure you would just slap Louis Vuitton on anything. But okay.
classic, yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah,
I'm
with
not a
the
first guy.
LV. I mean, I had to become what my wife is.
Yeah. Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing
Just
like
classic,
like some
like what I have, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more.
Well, and see, if there had been a history of drug use, I could see, maybe two adults who used to party before kids came, deciding to relive their youth and wanting to, maybe do some not street legal pharmaceuticals. That's a story I could buy. This sudden passing with no explained reason other than believe me, bro, medical scientists have talked about it. The defense better bring their A game.
And then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve, we did have
I like
some,
watch that.
champagne and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
that's completely reasonable.
But no, they're totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
air tags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought air tags for us, and
Yeah.
Anna had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, those are sunglasses. What did you find? You forgot them. Okay. All right. But because she left early, we were going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an air tag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have to have an air tag," you know. And,
Yeah.
but they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together.
Yeah.
So, and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
It does look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset, okay? Don't break them. Okay. All right. Okay.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that.
Yeah, just let child play with random tchotchkes of expense.
I didn't notice. I just noticed that. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good.
You know, it's never a comfortable time when your child learns the F word, but maybe when you're being interrogated over your missing wife isn't the best time for your youngest, most feral to illustrate that he does know the most important word in the world, the word of many uses, the F word. I kind of feel bad for Brian at this point, only because it's not every day that your child illustrates the fact that you curse like a sailor in Walmart.
Thanks.
JK Debug, so this is actually an interrogation, recorded interrogation of Brian Walshe, his first kind of meeting with the lead detective. Now, I do wonder if after today we are going to be audio only, because during this entire interview that we've been listening to, Court TV, and I don't know if Law and Crime is on the same feed, I haven't had a chance to look, but they have been focusing on nothing but Brian. And if you remember, this is the same thing that they did in the Lori Vallow case that the defense was very upset about and ended up getting the cameras kicked out of the case. Now, you would think that they would learn. Now, the cop has been sitting on the stand. I don't know why we can't be looking at the police officer, because I do think that we are in danger should the defense decide to make a stink about this. Depending on, what they say, that we might be in an audio only trial, and I will lose my mind.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue. And
Now, this is something that the state told us to pay attention to. Again, he's going to give a lineup of the clothing that she was last wearing. And those are items that will be found in the one of the dumpsters that it appears due to tracking of devices he went by. So the hunter boots, which I guess are some bougie kind of boots, the black jacket, and different things that he's listing out right now are going to be items that were found in a dumpster that they can geolocate to being near to where allegedly could have been him, a guy with dark hair dumping, his wife's belongings into this dumpster, along with the snips, hacksaw, and other things he used to dismember her. But that's only because she died suddenly, defense says.
The duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one, no.
Ring doorbell, I know it's a rental, but.
Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but haven't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on it. I haven't seen any Ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed, we had the door, not Ring, but what's the other one? Not our,
Blink. Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink, Arlo.
What's the one that has the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest, I think we had a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment, when we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she talked through it and stuff like that. She's very good with that, yeah. But no, I just, not here, I'm sorry.
I mean, I can sort of understand this if you say, okay, so here's the kind of calculation I would do. And I can kind of understand why maybe they didn't have, Ring cameras at the home where Brian was. Because, and here's the way I would think about it. I would have Ring cameras where I was going to be living alone as a single woman in Washington, D.C., the hellscape that is, because we never know where Hillary Clinton is going to pop up. But with Brian being a man, a taller man at home, I guess it wouldn't be the first thing I would think about to get a Ring camera if he was going to be home. I don't know. I've taken off ads. I have no idea.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and, you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your,
I am also getting flashbacks from the Scott Peterson sort of initial interviews. If you've seen those where he kind of walks through and he's very just nonchalant, very kind of jovial. And it's the same sort of unsettling feeling. Again, the defense has basically admitted that at the time he's talking, there is either a dead body or a body with some level of dismemberment, near or he has just disposed of as he's talking to the cops. Now, I find myself to be a pretty good adult pretender, but I don't know that I'd be this jocular, this jovial and nonchalant when I'm talking to the police after either still having a dead body somewhere or a freshly dismembered body somewhere.
The photos I have on this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos. Glasses back, please. Front glasses, please. Okay. You said it'd be okay if I run around.
Yep.
That's fine. You know that happened to me.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to.
This is such my life. You know what? Having 6 children has made it so I can effectively take notes and listen to the child chaos and laugh at it. But if you had a young child, snitching on another child for using the F word on your bingo card today, we've learned something new.
That's not... William, please. Oh, no. I would like to say I don't know where to learn that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that. That's your brother's. He's going to get very upset. Thank you. All right. Can I have the glasses back, please? No. All right.
Wait, who's letting a kid play with glasses?
If you don't mind me asking,
I mean, I guess y'all are rich, but we don't let our children play with glasses. Now, whether they're talking about the eyeglasses or glasses, we have a bunch of plastic cups. We don't have glass in our house. I mean, that being said, we also, if they were playing with glasses, Mr. Mo would lose his mind because they aren't cheap.
what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on
was it
Friday. Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We haven't seen each other in a while.
Have a good rest of professionalism.
Brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, in Kimball Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free. It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked, I saw the photos from the area.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, I also went to, I had some interview banking stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
Because we have a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's, we have to move the ball and see if we can try
Yeah,
something.
his tone is just all off. Look, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not one of the body language, team, the body panel analyst guys or whatever. I'm not Dr. G, but there is something very tonally wrong with the kind of nonchalance and jocularity and all this when he claims that he is worried for his wife. I mean, I can understand being stoic. I can understand, trying to be as detail oriented as possible to get as much information. But then he adds this extraneous information that isn't even sort of a stream of consciousness, sort of, like I would go ahead and talk about this. It's one of those things that wouldn't even pop into your mind if your sole focus was finding your wife, like the credit card with JetBlue and things like that. Those are extraneous things that you're not going to want to touch on because they don't matter.
All right, it is 7:31. I'm shutting off the recorder.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And
Go ahead
when
and mark
it's
iPad.
heard the defense saying 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122? Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have
Wait a minute. They probably spent like $3 gajillion on this house because Massachusetts is supremely expensive. And you're telling me for all those gajillions of dollars, you have to take a pee where you wash your clothes? I mean, I'm not saying I'm bougie, but at least my washer and dryer have their own room, okay? I would just think for a gajillion K or $2 bajillion, that whatever they had to spend on this, you should have gotten a laundry room. Yes, Anna Strand, yes, he is. I am not excited about his expertise or bringing it in. I may, in fact, make fun of him the entire time he's on stand.
Exhibit 12, file number 7137. Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
What in the name of decorating atrocity? Also, I don't know if I hate this or I love this. I do feel like if you're going to have a leopard print carpet on your stairs, you should Liberace the shit out of that stairway. To have it all blank is confusing to me. The carpet is way confusing to me, but now I really want it, and I know Mr. Mo is not going to go for it. Do you think they sold the carpet? Asking for a friend if I could get it on a discount. I'm just saying, if you don't go full Moulin Rouge or like Liberace when you have this carpet, which was obviously a choice, yeah, the Shining carpet was less horrifying than this. Again, it's that weird intersection of I can't tell if I super hate it or super love it. But it's okay. You know, just because you have money doesn't mean you have taste.
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
The safari, I mean, this looks like, it looks like you skinned a bunch of leopards. I mean, if anything, this is a bit horrifying. Holy God, what is going on? They probably paid extra for this carpet. And, you know, having a lot of little kids, I can tell you that would probably hide a lot of stains. So forget Berber, go leopard print. If you have a question about what will hide children's stains. Again, they paid millions of dollars for this house. I'm just going to leave that thought out there.
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 157141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 167152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 177153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
What in the Harry
Now-
Potter hideaway?
Can we have Exhibit 187165? Where is this, sir?
This is the
Okay. Now, first of all, I kind of like the idea of a sitting chair where you can put on shoes, but then to put a picture so you can't lean your back against one half of the, kind of useful bench chair is dumb. What in the architecture is going on here? I like the bench, I like the chair, I like the seat as someone who has a hard time putting on their shoes when they're standing up because of mobility issues. I like the thought. I am just so confused as to why nothing in this house is square.
the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235?
If she has boys, probably.
Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 217236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room.
Okay, who has decided? Look, now I have 6 children, 3 of them being ridiculous boys, but what in the hell did they manage to wind all over the staircase? Because this is not an adult thing. It's too close to the bottom of the stairs. You'd have to bend over. No adult is going to be putting things down there. So what did the kids get into? Brian was apparently busy doing dismemberment and didn't have time to notice that his children were duct taping the stairs. That being said, I had, my eyes fully on my children, and the amount of time that baby powder had a hurricane in the playroom, I still have nightmares.
It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
What in the fire marshal bill? Okay, now look, I'm not a technological genius, but can I tell you the amount of heart attacks Mr. Moe would have at... I mean, sir, you could have just had the house go aflame for insurance money. I mean, if you're going to put cords like that, honest to God, I'm surprised your house didn't burn up. Look, I have lived with Mr. Moe too long to find this acceptable. This is making me anxious. Those cords, everything being in chaos. Mr. Moe has officially made me, terrified of unkempt cords. It bothers him, so now it's officially I have contracted it because I know it bothers him, and I try to, keep things tidy. So that's, again, that is a fire hazard, especially with a 2-year-old. Unless you keep that locked up, he's just putting things in outlets.
And could we have exhibit 247288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Are we not supposed to say master bedroom with an ensuite anymore? I know that they are calling it the primary or suite bedroom now because of wokeology with the master bedroom being somewhat offensive. Is that why we went ahead and called it the primary? Or is it just because it's a dude and he doesn't do real estate, so he's like, the main bedroom?
Could we have exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
Mr. Walsh, like we're not going to notice the lube. Could you please put your lube away? Like you're fooling anyone. No, it's Vicks Vapor Rub. Vicks doesn't come in a, unless it's the Equate Vapor Rub. But maybe you could leave your, personal stuff in the drawers. I mean, you have small children around. I don't think they want to see your KY jelly. Of course, this could be, actual just lotion, but I am going ahead and saying that in the house of Mo, in the court of Mo, it is lube.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Why are we having a trial? Because, I always file my sheetrock or ceiling tiles that fall off my ceiling in my nightstand. That's why he had to get the lube out. Also, Brian Walsh, you son of a bitch. You're the only one in the house and you still can't get your clothes into the laundry basket. Freaking reject. God. Like, there's nothing on the floor. You should be able to get your clothes into the basket, and yet still they end up on the floor.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
See, now this is interesting to me that no one has pointed this out. And this would be a question that I would have as an investigator. I would ask if he and Anna had a kind of sleep divorce. Now, I'm an insomniac and Mr. Mo snores. So we sleep in separate bedrooms. So that's not something that's entirely uncommon, but it would be indicative of the marriage not being as rosy as he is trying to depict it. Since he didn't go out and kind of volunteer, hey, I snore, she doesn't get to sleep very well, we sleep in different rooms. Again, that would be something I would question as a detective. I don't know if it's going to come up, but that would be something that I would have a little bit of a question like, okay, so do you just sleep in here? I mean, if your wife is gone for most of the week, why aren't you sleeping in the, master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom in it? Also, why does your ceiling have a hole in it? All these questions I would ask.
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor. We would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319.
And you can go ahead and, let's see, mark off Google search, objection, Home Depot, cough-free, cursed audio, sidebar surprise, and the iPad icon if you have those.
What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have Exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Why is there a cot in their master bedroom? Again, you know, sleeping arrangements can be different and difficult when kiddos are small. So, you know, you might have one parent that really needs to work and get some sleep, so they sleep in a different room. But this looks like it was a pattern within their marriage. I mean, looks like there was a cot. It's been fairly well slept in. And, you know, it seems like the other room, it's hard to gauge if this is a new development since there doesn't seem to be indications of a lot of decorations on the walls. So sometimes you can get a feel of this, if this is a new move or not, based on, you know, if the rest of the house is decorated. But I've noticed that there hasn't been a lot of decoration. A lot of the rooms look barely lived in, especially the last room that they showed for it being a child's room. I mean, it was pretty bare. Now, you know, again, as I say, families are all different. So, you know, maybe that since they have a toy room, all the toys stay down there and their rooms are to remain clean. I don't know. It looks very not lived in for all of the noise and stuff that we heard on the interview. But maybe their kids are not my kids and they put things away. I mean, who knows?
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we...
Holy insulation, Batman. Now, I'm not a constructionologist, but I'm going to maybe assume that your insulation shouldn't be hanging or bowing under that. I mean, I don't think that's how that's supposed to look. I also don't know why you would insulate a main floor. But yeah. I am all the confusion. I also like the light that's hanging on the floor.
We have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343. And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have?
Okay, JKD Buck, do you insulate floors with multi-levels? I mean, I can understand, I guess, maybe because it's a basement and it's Massachusetts. I've never heard of anyone insulating their basement. Maybe it's because I'm not a constructionologist, but is that normal? I guess that's the basic. Okay, so you do. Okay, I just never seen it before. But that makes sense. I mean, it's cold. It's not supposed to be hanging down like that, right? Because I just want to take like a glue gun or a thumbtack and just put it back up. Again, Mr. Mo doesn't let me play with power tools. So those are the two tools that, although if you ever want to see Mr. Mo look like his soul has left his body, watch his face when I tell him I put something up with thumbtacks. Now, I haven't done that since year 5 of our marriage. But the the look I got when I told him I had put something up with thumbtacks was enough to make me not do it again, but threaten to do it when I want him to put something up for me. Let's see. Okay, Boosh. Let's see. Oh, okay. I have a question. If the transporter can beam from ship to planet, why don't they use it to get to and from engineering to the bridge? I always wondered that. Yeah, it never seemed to make sense to me. I always figured maybe there's an transporter inside the ship so that enemies can't just transport in there. I mean, maybe that's what happened. There's like an anti-transporter field, except in the transporter room, so that enemies can't transport just willy-nilly on the ship. It's a big power drain. I love that so far this case is, I mean, this is a Chandler Halderson case. We are basically going to be spending almost a month listening to this dude has left all the evidence except for a body. And the defense is going to be like, but he loved his wife. And you don't know what happened to the body.
As far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39?
Also, who in the hell did these strips, these nonstick strips? Did they run out down here? This is hurting my OCD. The fact that none of these are even centered or the same size. Again, they paid like $1,000,000,005 for this house.
File number 7077. Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084?
Okay, you're going to hear a rant from me, and this is not really on topic, but this does kind of piss me off. They do have a fence, but the fact that they have small children and a pool and didn't have anything covering it or anything, it only takes a second for a young feral to get away from you. And it bothers me to the bottom of just that there is not a cover on. Now, again, I understand maybe they just moved or something, but if you do have a pool, especially an in-ground pool, have a cover, be safe, or drain your pool, you know, if you can. Some have liners that you can't fully drain them, but that really bothers me. I mean, Mr. Moe and I, when we were looking for houses, youngest, most feral was 1, and we specifically did not go for houses with pools because I was aware of all the extra danger and how, you know, Houdini like he was. So that does bother me a little bit, but you know, we've got bigger fish to fry in this particular case.
4. Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
Okay, again, look, I am not trying to be a reverse snob and like judge rich people because I don't know what's going on in their life. But you are over here claiming you have, again, all the money in the world. You've got an Hermes watch. Your wife is, you know, decked out with a Louis Vuitton duffel bag, and you can't pay someone to maintain your sludge pit. I mean, your pool. I mean, you know, people make fun of the Clampetts, but at least their cement pond never looked like this. Hell, above ground pools in you know, Hillbilly Haven don't look like this.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42-7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43-7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44-7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45-7390? And where is this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Was the glass always broken? Again, it's just flabbergasting to me that they are probably in a bougie, ritzy part of you know, Massachusetts, and they would have like broken sheds and all this other stuff. I mean, this is stuff I would expect to see in my rural hometown, you know, rural Indiana kind of stuff, not in a bougie, you know, spectacular neighborhood that he's kind of claiming. Interesting.
Got a siren going by, sir. I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
Why are we having a trial? We had the murder tarp, you know, just in the back of the trunk. And welcome, Baker Raiders. We are currently on the first witness in the Brian Walshe case. He said Volvo, though the mispronunciation and accents have been stellar. If you guys have missed opening statements in this case, I thought that the state did a fairly good job. especially for someone like myself who hadn't been paying attention to this trial and kind of wanted to jump in with a juror's perspective, he did take the time to really go through and break it down. Now, he wasn't entertaining or, kind of a storyteller like the Chandler Halderson case, but I've definitely been getting a lot of Chandler Halderson vibes from this case, especially if you go back and listen to the first kind of interview that he gave with the lead detective. Now, the defense's defense to this is very Chandler Halderson-esque. Now, Brian originally was going to be on trial for 3 charges, but he pled guilty to 2 of the 3 charges. So the first that he pled guilty to was willful misleading or obstruction with the police. Now, that charge can carry between 10 to 20 years, depending on how things line up. The other thing he pled guilty to was improper conveyance of a body, and that can go from 3 years upwards, again, depending on aggravators and what the jury decides, if he's guilty of premeditated murder or just the dismemberment and everything. Now, the defense was basically Brian Walshe loved his life and his wife, and they had a perfect marriage, even though she was banging some other dude. He didn't know about that. He never found out until apparently just at the trial or when it came out in discovery. But according to Brian, they had a nice New Year's with one of their friends, hung out, and after they were done celebrating, Anna was really tired. She had to leave early, and Brian decided at around 1:30 to 2 o'clock, for no good darn reason, to go clean the kitchen. But when he came back from cleaning the kitchen and being this wonderful husband and, going on to ring in the new year with his wife of wives, he came back into the room and tried to shake, Anna, but she wouldn't wake up. The defense is literally, what did I say? Because I actually wrote it down. The defense is sudden unexplained death syndrome. Yes, the defense is going to want you to believe that Brian, upon coming, over and realizing that his wife was deceased, didn't call anyone, was so distraught that he went immediately to hiding the body and dismemberment. Now, if you're having a hard time buying this, you may be me or anyone with a functional frontal cortex. But yes, we are having kind of a replay of the Chandler Halderson defense. Basically, you can get me with DNA and, all the items I bought to dismember. You can get me with the lying to cops, but do you actually have video evidence I took her life? Now, the one big difference between this and the Halderson case is that at least the Halderson case, you had pieces and parts of bodies. To this day, Anna's body has not been found. But we are currently on the first witness. It's still the state's direct. There was about a 45-minute interview that we listened to where we kind of, again, heard the first time that Brian was talking to police officers. Now, it came out during the state's opening that Brian was not the one to call in Anna's disappearance. It was, in fact, her job. So again, there are a lot of things that are not adding up, despite the defense of he was distraught and dismembered her because he was so in love with her. So it has been an interesting case so far, to say the least. That being said, I have not kept up with this trial. So if you are like a big fan of this trial, you may know more about it. I kind of wanted to go in as a jury member and kind of learn things. I am staying as objective as I can and waiting until the defense can bring forward their witnesses. But it is a very, very hard thing to swallow that someone, upon coming upon a spouse that they love, their instinct would be not to call 911 or see if something could be done, but to start, making up this story that she went on an early business trip or dismembering her. So I am trying to give the defense the benefit of the doubt, but it's a big thing to have a jury swallow that ridiculous line of storytelling.
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling,
And fair point, Monty Sunshine. No, I guess it struck me as odd because he basically went out of his way when he was talking to the detectives to kind of say, we were having all this fun, we were talking about the future. And I would say that, if given the option between cuddling with Mr. Moe and doing the dishes, I am not getting out of bed. So that's just where it strikes me as a little odd, but you are very right. Fair point.
it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC Police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why did you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so, did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then
I think he is on lunch break. We usually lose him for about an hour around now, or he had something. I'm hoping that the weather stays really good because this case is really interesting. But, we will play it by ear. Hopefully Indiana stays out of Snowmageddon again.
What's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now,
Okay, whoever said this was Timu Carl Benjamin, I keep waiting for him to say something about England or Keir Starmer or Rachel from Accounts. I keep waiting for him to say something UK related or Lotus Eaters related or about morals and, Aquinas. That's why I'm just listening, because otherwise I just make Carl Benjamin jokes.
now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A mass crime net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell
in
us?
the rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case, on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking?
Well, right away, even though this is in the same state as Karen Reed, I'm already getting a better sense that they did a more thorough investigation within the first, very critical hours than the entire department did on the Karen Reed case. That being said, if you are a Baker Raider, well, hold on to your horses because we get to listen to Nick Garagos again, or Garino. I always get Garagos and Garino. Garino, yes, Trooper Garino will be back explaining how he found all the data here and lost it in Sarah Birchmore. I mean, allegedly in Minecraft. Just didn't find all those text messages where, cops were being gross.
In with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet?
Brace yourself. The cavalcade of morons that work for Canton PD, or the Canton area, are going to be heavily featured. So, yay.
With any of those troopers that on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you...
God bless America, not Sergeant Bukaki. Oh, I just stopped having flashbacks of Canton. Damn it all to hell.
What did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We're at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, I'm assigned to the Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C-U.
and Sergeant Garrett is Cohasset.
Brian.
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, 'cause I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until and 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the 1st, so that was Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of there for 7 or around 7-ish, so when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for when the day's off. I make French toast, and so I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother later, so the kids and I played with all the new gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get for low and orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a bit late to go see my mother, and then we went went to, Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back, and that was pretty much the whole day.
Now, note to those of you who may or may not have put clues together, but Brian was not supposed to be going to, Shaw's to pick up milk, CVS, or hanging out with his mom because he was supposed to be on house arrest. And thank you so much, Tammy. I was having a terrible hair day, so I just wigged it. I was like, it's a wig day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that when you were about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally,
So
yeah.
you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too grown up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw China before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early," and he said, "I know I said fine."
So this is like 7:30 or so.
And now, again, it has occurred to me, and I don't know what the breakdown of the jury is, but Brian might be destroying his credibility because there might be jurors now that we know that he's pled guilty to lying to the police, to, dismembering the body, to actively make his son part of his alibi. Because in his first interview with police, he said, "Oh yeah, no, my oldest son will tell you he saw mommy go on the taxi." I mean, he might make things up, he might embellish things, but he saw mommy get in the taxi or the lift or, what have you. So again, that is going to, if you are the defense, you are going to need the jury to sympathize with you. You are going to need the jury to look beyond the horror of the dismemberment and not giving your wife a proper burial, a place to memorialize her for your children to go back to. So you are going to need to fight that big barrier. And the fact that you used your child in your alibi, in the thing that you've confessed to lying to the police, to try to involve him into the case, is going to be something that is even, that is one more additional, barrier to anyone saying, okay, you know what, maybe he was really, really, really out of it. Because you can't be so out of it that your only logical thought is to dismember your wife, but then you're rational enough, within mere hours to make up a story and involve your child. And thank you so much for those of you that are joining. We are only on the first witness. We're still in the morning. I am going to be starting at 10:30 so that we can kind of speed through lunches and breaks. We might not get, full days in. It is my goal every day to get a full day in, but Haggith of the Leg is still a thing. And with big storm snow coming in, we might have to shorten it down a little bit, but we will try to stay on top of this. This is supposed to be a 3-week to month-long case, and we are already a good 6 pages into notes, front and back, so 12 pages.
Yeah, I think except he was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really she never dressed on her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her sometimes because she's getting herself ready in her underwear.
Now, for those of you that listened to the first interview, he seems much more distracted, much more kind of disconfabulated. And I do wonder if that's because his mother was also in the house being talked to by other detectives. So not only is he having to pay attention to the story that he lied to the cops about, but now he's having to pay attention to whatever his mother is saying in order to make sure that the stories are corroborated. MLS, I am willing to give the defense at least the benefit of presenting a case, but currently their defense is the Chandler Halderson. He's copped to dismembering the body. He's copped to lying to the police. But, she died in her sleep. And he was so verklempt about the entire thing that he dismembered her and lied to the police. That is, in fact, the defense. So, I am trying to be as objective, but that's the defense. Yeah, we're back to sirens. My liver will never recover.
Normally, so but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're
It's right after McGruff taught me to stop, drop, and roll that I learned that the normal response to an unexpected death is dismemberment.
blue-gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada one, but she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the
No,
house here?
the only thing that turned up was when we were here last night, her Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses?
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where?
Where she left her
It
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian, I thought. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and stuff like.
And the glasses are interesting because, again, Brian claimed to the officers that Anna had left early on an emergency business trip. Now, she was commuting between Massachusetts and DC. And, it's not uncommon to leave sort of little objects of life like, sunglasses or different things, when you're packing to leave. But the glasses being left behind actually came to light during the first interview when one of the children were present as the lead detective first interviewed Brian in the home. One of the boys actually came up and was playing with his mother's glasses. Now, I put that in my note because I couldn't figure if they were, glasses, or like sunglasses. But if they were any sort of prescription, it's definitely abnormal that you would leave glasses. Even if you wear contacts, you can't wear contacts 24/7. If you have bad enough eyes, you do need, glasses when you don't have your contacts in. So, that's kind of why the sunglasses are being brought up. And yes, Bukaki and DeChico were also there during this interview. So this is the second interview after passports and financial institutions and airports and Amtrak have all been looked into and have flags placed on them to see if Anna had run away. With nothing coming back on those, they went back to the house to check the pool, skim that. And then they went with all the troopers and had another interview. So that's currently what we're listening to right now. Now, Brian's mother was also present in the home, and she was being talked to by the state troopers, sort of in eyesight, but not, right next to Brian. So I do think that accounts for a little bit more of the stilted conversation on Brian's side, because we know now he's pled guilty to the fact that he made this whole fakakta story up. So what he's trying to do right now at that time when he's giving this interview is is remember his story from the morning and also, listen to his mother, because if there was anything that she's adding, he needs to add that to his story as well. That and he was close to Buchanan, and who wants to speak freely when you're that close to that dude? Ooh.
Taking stuff. So.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all, and the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out, and the week before, she was late for Christmas, because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called.
Yes, here's the other thing that the defense is really going to have a hard time with. Brian was not the one to call in a missing persons thing, or missing persons report. Anna's company actually was, when they, couldn't find her. She didn't show up for work. Brian was calling to see where she was. They went to her townhouse. They couldn't see inside, or they could sort of see inside, but they couldn't get inside. So, they basically called and did a missing person because Brian said, well, she went out early to go do a job for you guys. So it is a bit interesting because if you go back and you watch the first interview, Brian contends that he's always very nervous if Anna isn't on time, to the point where, he had allegedly called her work before and deeply embarrassed Anna when she was just a little bit late because he was so worried about her safety. But the same man who almost called her job and, was calling morgues the week before waits 3 days to call in a missing person when his wife fails to contact him for 3 days. Now, we know this is a BS story, but did you happen to think about plot points and logic at all? I mean, obviously not. Were you a writer for Batwoman and the WB?
People, she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. Driving up, so I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. Honestly, I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have the phone was with I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it. Robin, the day that you just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went into garbage to look for it because I guess they brought it from Anna's phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs.
Now, Court TV is really bothering me doing this. Now, Court TV, or I think Law and Crime, I cannot remember for the life of me which one, but they did the exact same thing in the Lori Vallow trial. And Lori Vallow's defense rightly put out that they didn't want Court TV or Law and Crime to focus on their defendant. And I swear to God, if I have to listen to this trial audio only, I will be sending an emotional support civil lawsuit against Law and Crime. I swear to goodness. Could you just not focus on the defendant? Look, I understand these audio testimonies aren't really fun, but continuing to focus nonstop on the defendant does give the defense attorneys the right to say, hey, you're only focusing on our client. We don't like that. And I swear, if I have to listen to this trial by audio only, I will lose my ish.
Like William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so. And then we got a journal for my mother, so. And that's when I called, I got my phone back, and that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, you guys the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So it was, I didn't just give you the exact what was going on, but the emergency normally, she updates me,
Also, keep in mind, again, according to the defense and what he has already pled to, at the time that he is talking to these troopers, having a casual conversation, there is either a dead or dismembered body that he either recently touched or is hiding out in his home. I don't have the exact timeline right now, but, I'll go through and timeline it out. But he's basically either just freshly dismembered a body or has a body hanging out somewhere. And yet he is casually talking to the cops. This is the most, again, surreal part of this case to me, how someone can present so nonchalant and, jovial and not sounding as nervous. This is the first time I've heard kind of nerves in his voice. But before that, in his initial interview, I mean, the same set of fact pattern still remains. He either had a body stashed somewhere or had just, made up his mind to dismember. So again, the fact that he can so at least somewhat convincingly play a normal person to the police while simultaneously being so distraught that he didn't call 911, it is a hard pill to swallow.
Several emergencies with the FBI storm crossing at one point. That was her building. Huge leaks at Mazda or TJ Maxx was going to leave, and then there was a disgruntled resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she has one of these big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday. So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast. You run some errands, OJ milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Yamaha, thank you. People are weird and creepy. Unbeknownst to my aunt at the time, she did an interview with a guy standing a cement slab where bodies were eventually found. Acted like it was any other day. Y'all see why I'm an inside cat. Look, I watch too many trials. I profile everyone in my local Walmart. I assume everyone's hiding some deep felonious secret. I watch way too many trials.
Okay. So then you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I saw them around 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Robin.
They stayed with Robin.
Yeah, they
okay.
stayed with Robin. But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I would have gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's so a bunch of people
Fair point.
Visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to Robin.
Okay, and then so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press. So.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
Again, he was also on house arrest. He should not have been visiting with mommy.
It's the Swampscott?
Yeah.
Excuse me, address?
330 Paradise Road. What was that? Oh, I'm doing something.
Okay.
I don't know. It is common, regardless of how bad the fact pattern in the case looks, that as a defendant, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you, sit there and look stoically straight ahead, I start looking at your weird hair pattern and how the length in the front isn't covering up that you're thinning in the back, sir, or the fact that you're clutching a rosary. So I think that he could be doing anything and people will still find fault with it. He could be slightly medicated, depending on mental health stuff. He could be holding on to his rosary and holding on to faith. I don't know. Again, you might turn a lot of people off with your use of a rosary when you've basically admitted to dismembering your wife. I think that might be more of a cardinal sin and not a venial sin. I will have to ask a priest, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty sure like desecrating the dead is a bad sin. It's been a long time since catechism though, so I'll have to get back on you with that.
So, it sounds like you had a really stressful job.
That's a term, so people would call them.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was the job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times money that she had been making before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his, so he runs a real estate company,
Yeah.
and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Multi-billion-dollar company, and, it was a lot. It was overwhelming, it was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous,
Well, that depends, Deviants, where you left off. I thought the state did a pretty good job, kind of really explaining the case and what was going on. It wasn't entertaining. Chandler Halderson is probably going to be your gold standard for a prosecutor that can both give you the facts and give you kind of a story, make it, engaging. I called him kind of the nice twin, Hank. He does kind of remind me of either Clark Kent or Good Hank. If we're going King of the Hill with it, Good Hank. The defense attorney in his opening, you almost have to see it to believe it. It was definitely Chandler Halderson-esque. Brian has pled guilty to both misleading the police, lying about what happened, and dismemberment and removal or desecration of a body. Depending on statutory, it's kind of labeled. But basically, he moved the body, he copped to dismemberment, but in Chandler Halderson fashion, he didn't kill his parents. Something could have happened. Now, according to the defense, Anna suffered from sudden adult death syndrome. And basically I said, so you're trying to sell me SIDS for adults? But basically that is the defense, that Brian went downstairs to do some chores after New Year's Eve, hanging out with a friend. Anna was going to sleep. And when he came back up, all the suddenly, he was trying to, wake her up, shook her so hard that her body fell off the bed. And because he was so distraught about finding the love of his life passed away, he decided to lie to the police, pretend that Anna had run away, and dismember her body, throwing pieces into different and various dumpsters. After looking up all of the Google searches of premeditation, like how long to decapitate a body. You guys, I joke about that, but it's almost literally like, how long can a body keep? How do I dispose of a body? Can you put body parts in the trash? I mean, the leaps of logic that you have to take in order to say, reasonable, because this is basically relying on, a self-defense kind of logic here, or matrix. You have to have the jury believe that a reasonable person, when presented with the sudden passing of their loved one, their first, idea is going to be to make up a fakakta story and dismember them. So I'm trying to keep an open mind. Y'all, I am trying my damnedest, but let's Chandra Holderson the hell out of this. Let's Smithy the hell out of this and just sit here and enjoy the crazy.
Conversation from Detective Spence last night, you mentioned the distance, the issues that you're having on your this job because of depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask, pointed question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never ever said that. She talked to Jem for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year has been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things taking, or the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have $100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there. Sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then
It's Grandma. It's shaken Grandma, and I helped. Lord, why did the Shake and Bake girl from the Shake and Bake commercials pop into my head as soon as I saw that? I'm going straight to hell.
William was still asleep in his room at the time, and Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work, and he's like, yeah, I already know, say goodbye. He's like, all right, French toast time.
Yeah, I don't think
Brian
papal
came down.
dispensation has gone
I
on
made,
dismemberment yet.
breakfast and, emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner, emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off.
Oh, dear Lord, am I having Chandler Halderson flashbacks? So I woke up and I play Tarkov, and it's really fun, and I do that. And then my dad was going to grill burgers, and we have a green egg, and it's really not a good thing. But, I like it. And then we'll watch Jeopardy. My dad's not really good at Jeopardy. Your wife is missing. I could give a rat's ass about any of this. This is Brian Walshe. He has already, so this is his trial. He was being charged with 3 crimes. He went ahead and pled guilty to 2 of the 3, so the lesser charge. He is still on trial for first-degree premeditated murder, but he has gone ahead and pled guilty prior to the trial starting to obstruction of justice, basically lying to the police about his wife being dead, and also dismembering and disposing of her body. Now, Brian's story in his defense is that suddenly on New Year's Day, Anne died in her sleep. And so overwhelmed with grief and disbelief, he decided to make up a story about her going to work early and then proceeded to dismember her due to grief.
And then was it Coco Melon was, I think, what I put on for.
Oh, Chandler Halderson, that is a fun case. For the for the fact patterns in that case, it is actually an exceptionally boring trial, but there are certain interesting parts. I would definitely look at the Chandler Halderson opening statements. They are some of the best opening statements, especially the state's opening statement. Rarely are there prosecutors that can weave together a fact pattern and create kind of a narrative story time that's engaging and doesn't really rely on PowerPoints. And it's one of the best ones I've ever seen. And then the defense's opening is about as hilarious as this defense opening. So if you watch both openings, I think you'll get a sense as to why I'm getting a lot of Chandler Halderson vibes from this case.
The kids, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. And I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I made sure so Zach and Daniel, who are, we basically work we're always in contact every day, so I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I could only get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time. But I figured the phone would show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house. And it was too good.
How most people that are worried about their spouse are going to answer this question. I got up, I took care of the kids. I'm not going to go into, I made French toast with a maple whip because the kids love French toast. They also had a new Christmas toys. I'd say, okay, I started checking through Anna's phone, checked through our finances, saw if there was anything going, and then I called you. I'm not going to be like, well, first I woke up and then I thought, and then I stayed on, my phone for a while. I scrolled through TikTok. I liked some funny comments, found a meme. What in the hell is this recitation of ridiculousness?
To my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods are the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was the main thing. I think I got back at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it.
The real disadvantage when you don't process emotions the way the rest of us do is that you cannot successfully, pantomime what real emotion is. That deep, stark terror that the love of your life is missing. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking about French toast. I'm not going to be talking about anything. I am going to be relentlessly hounding you. You're answering my questions. Have you checked here? Have you checked here? Have you checked here? I thought about these things. Have you checked this? I'm not going to be telling you about, oh, well, Quincy got, a new Power Ranger and it was the blue one. Do you like the blue Power Ranger? I've always been a fan of the white Power Ranger. Tommy, rest in peace too soon. No, none of this bullshit would I be talking about.
My times are pretty strict, so, and I'm, you call, I'm 100% compliant on those.
So when you first left the house at, Josh?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think you went to Walgreens and go to Walgreens after Josh?
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that.
Also, just to remind you, this man was on house arrest pending sentencing for a federal case. He was not supposed to be going to CVS to find Pokemon cards. He was not supposed to be visiting his mommy. He was not supposed to be buying a Red Rum kit from Home Depot and Hobby Lobby, along with, the tarp, and all that. So, yeah, again, this is just like what Bronca says, in a self-defense case, or if you want me to buy this ridiculous narrative, this man has to be one that I think is generally above board, is one that I can trust. And he is, proving himself to skirt and, be very flippant about the fact that he had a federal grand larceny and fraud interstate, theft case in which he had a restitution totaling $400,000. This was not a, misdemeanor case. This was a big case, and he was deliberately flaunting and going out on house arrest.
Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Pulls. Barnes and Noble is the place where you get baseball cards too.
So you don't often go to Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. But yeah, so
I mean, because me as a juror, if I'm hearing this, look, I am taking in everything as I'm a juror. And what this says to me as a juror is this is a man that, thinks he's above the rules. thinks he, can do whatever he wants as long as he justifies it. Well, if I start to, think that because of the flippant way he addresses how he's supposed to be repenting, and atoning for this crime, which he continually downplays, the feds don't go after you for little stuff. I mean, most of the time, unless you're, a dissident. But for the most part, they're not going to go after you. You tried to sell a fake Warhol, dude. Like, I love that he's like, I was in a little scotch trouble. But if I'm a juror and I'm looking at this objectively, this is a person that minimizes their responsibility. I am making note of that. I don't know if other jurors do, but I am making note of the personality he presents, how he minimizes his personal responsibility, because I'm going to be looking on the stand because the defense did imply that he was going to take the stand and testify. I'm going to be looking for that sort of, diminishing of his wrongdoings, whether he really is being honest. I need to trust this man if I'm going to buy this ridiculous story that his wife died suddenly and he, hysterically dismembered her in grief.
I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure we had enough notes.
Okay, so then after that, you come home?
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just, got the stuff in the fridge and, basically told Robin I was heading out, checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
And like direct to your home?
Yes, I did.
What was that, what's that address?
330 Paradise Road.
Paradise and what?
Swampscott.
Your condo.
What?
Your
Condos on one, yes, sir.
And that's private because of single family Swampscott?
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What unit?
1320.
Okay, has his nose been broken? I really, really hate that they're focusing on him because now I am just focusing on his facial features and I'm like, did someone break his nose or was it always like that? Daggone it.
Okay, so you were direct there, Swampscott, what route did you drive up there?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way and then I came probably, so what did I do? Because I normally supposed to go 1A, I went at 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to, what's it called, the Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
Well, normally, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there.
I know, I said, what in the Ricada? I was going to see. Also, sir, I can tell the hair plugs. And just for anyone who's wondering, dudes, even if you grow the front pieces 5 feet long, we can still tell you're trying to hide this bit. I don't know who you're fooling. You can grow the front bangs, super long and slick them back. I can still tell that you're thinning on top. But, whatever helps you sleep. Everyone hates Brian. Oh my gosh, yes. I need to work on a thumbnail that says that.
I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you get lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
And
Sorry.
She didn't know that I was coming because I don't want to call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, who is it? She's always, she's like, I was like, it's your son, supposed to be here. She's like, you didn't call. I said, I don't have the phone. And she opened the door, and then I came in.
Wait a minute. So your mother knew that you were on the way, but still did the little guy from Wizard of Oz. Who goes there? No one sees the wizard today. What in the name of Hades is this family?
And then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from whatever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't know the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes cleaning pads is usually, she can't have enough gloves and clean.
Oh my God, Chandler Halderson II. No one gives two shits about the green egg. You can tell it's later in the day and it's cold because Agatha is like, why are we sitting here listening to this man babble about bullshit? That being said, it is actually helpful to sit and listen to him because there are new things that come out, but they are interspersed with this droning, monotony of everyday life that no one gives a crap about because your wife is missing.
Pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left your mom to CVS, you think there's where else?
And then there's I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
Whole Foods and CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call it here, but sometimes we go to Stop and Shop or what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't go to Stop and Shop at the Home.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about the price of kibble. It's not like your wife's missing or nothing. Damn Kroger's with those double coupons they don't take anymore.
Times where I would go to get stuff and, obviously, Market Basket and things like that, so.
So you did some grocery shopping for your mom?
Just a little bit, yeah, she does not, require a huge amount, so.
And back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and what, you say that you remain there?
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed, what Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You have to get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? She's going with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live at a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far.
No, let's hear about Grammy's health problems. Again, has it escaped anyone and everyone that there's a missing woman here? This is why I couldn't be a detective, because I know you're supposed to let them randomly babble on. And I'd just be like, hey, not to be the ADHD like person to keep us on damn track, but your wife is missing. Could we get back to the damn point? I'm sorry that Grammy has sciatica, but could we maybe find and keep this pertaining to your wife?
And she's like, I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily. So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she was like, okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening. So I get that. That makes sense. Yes, we were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark or the.
I don't live down here.
Yeah. Shipyard. There you go. Thanks.
There's condos and.
Yeah, I thought that would be good for her and close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, do you stop anywhere on the way home?
No.
No gas stuff?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Did I get gas? I'm sorry, I'll have to check on that. I don't think I got gas.
Hello, Dingus.
Yeah, I was about to say, I usually pay for stuff in credit card, so if I did get gas, I'd know. I use the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom. That's a joint account, the Chase account's between on and I, yeah.
Okay, open shortcut, come directly home,
Yes, 1 second. You will get paid attention to. I was trying to show you off.
Yeah, yeah, it does sound about right.
in within those records, it has like a description.
Oh.
So you have to notify them of the rule, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done like the morning you want to leave, you tell them?
Oh, no,
Oh,
no.
here today, is that?
No. So, with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can kind of look through them. You can look through all.
Why are we talking about his chain mails? I don't care if this man gets, knockoff Canadian Viagra. Why aren't we talking about his wife? Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm back watching the Chandler Halderson interview. I'm like, we've spent an hour of our lives learning nothing.
Those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take, to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take kids to a game that's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be
Not the
72 hours in
computer.
advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think the particular trip that.
40 pounds of cat.
Description says mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming
Dingus,
over.
not the keyboard. Come on.
So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was, okay, so let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We were taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended
Not the
periods of time.
computer.
And also so that
Okay, be on your way.
Sleeps on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until the 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from the cataract surgery than the first one. So
Yeah, Dingus is 30 pounds of Maine Coon that is irritated all the time. But he likes me. All the cats really like the chair because it has a heater in it. So while I wish that they loved me for me, it's because my chair has a heater. You should see the looks on their face when I'm not sitting on it and will not turn on the heater for them, because they basically take over the chair as soon as I leave it. And they always look at me like, are you going to turn the heater on? Like, no, you're a cat. You have hair.
So I went up to support her instead of drop her off, so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery, and then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
Okay. So you're here Sunday night, here's the night. You go out on Monday? Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head if you had.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys, and normally it's for school, but they didn't have it, so I took Thomas for, I remember taking Thomas for ice cream or something like that, so, to mix it up a little bit, what was the other thing? I think that was it, that was the only time I left, I don't remember leaving in the morning.
I thought you said you took Thomas, so the other boys stayed here.
Other boys stayed here with Rob.
What time did she go to?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you come on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her because I didn't have the phone at the time, but I was able to, that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day, looking for the phone.
Yeah, I said the boys went back.
I mean, this was only back in 2023, so 2022, because it happened on New Year's. But I do believe that they had Find My Phone back then. I remember using it a lot when the boys were little because they would hide my phone. But I would just use a different, Mr. Mo's phone or some other device and do Find My Phone. I'm not buying this. He lost his phone for 2 whole days and wasn't bothered.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you recall once on month?
Yeah, that was it.
Ice cream?
I think, usually I go get a treat with Thomas, and I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up, but I don't have a huge amount of time.
This is good ice cream truck around.
Noon is over in Hingham is good.
Yeah. That's where you go around.
I think, is that what we wanted? He wanted to go somewhere, he was asking about somewhere else, I think he wanted to go to, press. He wanted to go to press.
How in the name of God has not one single detective said, hey, I love chit-chatting and shooting the shit as much as the rest of you, but, hey, could we possibly talk about the missing woman that we're here to talk? What in the knitting circle is this babble?
Which is is that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know, he figured that he's like this, he's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream, so.
So, we're to Monday, I mean, at what point do you really start to get
Nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday, yeah, when I had the phone, once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me, I was like, well, this is.
Monday, but you waited till someone called on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe. I'll have to look back at my notes. I don't know. This inane conversation has rendered me speechless.
Like, that was weird. And we're over time, basically. So I told her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was going to 12:31. No one seemed worried, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time, and Anna's like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then
So I was extremely worried Monday. Tuesday, it kind of slipped my mind.
Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I called Jeff Chon. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, is what's going on?" And I was like, "He was Brian Wallace, I'm his husband." "Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there?" He's like, "Is there a problem?" I was like, "Not if she's at work." And that's when that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday,
Everyone's telling me to calm down.
everyone's going to contact.
And I was going to
Right.
call work, and people, the whole thing was like, "Don't embarrass her at work," and that's why I kept texting, "Where are you?" I emailed her, I said, "You're missing again."
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got, her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of, so she has a bunch of nicknames. That's Anna's sister.
I saw you communicated with her from the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, which is Wednesday, you'd already told her that you can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police. That the police, don't know how the police are going to why would you tell the police?
Tell her to wait to call the police, because I was at the time, I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said, "I'll call DC," and he met them, and then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going, because he's, ex-Secret Service and everything. So, I mean, I asked, basically, I was going to do it myself, and he's like, "Let me do it." And that's the human resource officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me. She's like, "I'm driving over now. I'm gonna tune you in with Huey." So I was like, "Okay," because I've never filed a missing.
Yeah, I don't care if, the head of the CIA was also going to call. I'm going to call if Mr. Moe isn't, here. He is so devoid of he is so unaware of how most people would react, to the loss of someone. Again, I can only imagine that I would be demanding that the detectives are doing everything. I would be sitting there saying, "Okay, where are you searching?" I wouldn't be able to get off that tract in my mind. I wouldn't be able to talk about, Grammy's sciatica or, taking the kids to get a healthy smoothie.
Person report or anything like that. She said, "We have support for you," but there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happened pretty quick after.
There was no delay for me not calling when I noticed she was okie dokie.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
The name Richard Walker?
No. Who's that?
It's that last week to leave.
On that,
Yeah.
Ryan's mother,
Yeah.
would like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up on the people I gotta run up on, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly, instead of focus. Anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, "Talk to Tracy," so.
But what does she want to offer for a reward?
But you'll offer.
I think this is his mother. His mother was kind of in the living room area talking to Trooper DeChico and Buchanan during this time. We've kind of heard that sort of talking in the background. I don't know. It would seem odd that they would bring her testimony in with this witness if she was mainly talking to the troopers, but maybe they are aware of the, negative reputation of the troopers and are going to bring this particular recording in with this witness.
You are right.
That's what he wants to do.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, I was before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we're still.
Sometimes you just make public announcements while they're all in it off.
Right, no, we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the investigation.
Yes, thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you. That's our focus.
When I told you that next day about the media,
Right.
probably pick it up,
Yeah.
make inquiries.
Yeah.
This is kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
I mean, we all work on the same team.
Yeah.
The media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, sell newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically a cool head, in a time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect me for, my other people problems that happen.
Yeah. Main goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
Now, I believe that Tracy he is talking about was his previous lawyer. Yes, Tracy Miller earlier in the case before being replaced by Larry Tipton, who was court appointed, and Kelly Porges. I hope she says her name. Those two are the current defense counsel, but early in this case and probably for his federal case, he was being represented by Tracy. So it does seem like Tracy is sitting in with him, which is a good idea, whether or not you're Brian Walsh, to have your attorney present if you should choose to talk to the police. So he did do one thing right.
Lloyd from Leeds, from everywhere.
You have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just home to what we got here.
Okay.
I figured I'd throw it out. But it doesn't matter.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he the Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why you
no.
ask that?
No.
Anna
Hello.
had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like,
Might I be of
as someone out
service?
here, she kept recognizing, like, it was the same person
Oh, really?
that would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot, it's not a high, so 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver.
What about the type of vehicle?
No, I didn't get any of
I believe that was one of the motion. They did say, so in the state's opening statement, they did talk about federal charges. Dingus, seriously. Cat. So it wasn't a boob mute, it was a dingus mute this time. Okie dokie. Oh, for the love of Cheetos, Cat. So basically, they had mentioned it in the opening. They didn't get into what happened. Brian did sort of get in a little bit that he had sold either a fake Warhol or something. Now, he very much minimized any of the, impact, sort of any of his wrongdoing. And let's see here. Oh, thank you. Oh, Dingus, you butt monkey.
But I know that she,
Let me see if there is another, if law and crime has a better audio while we are doing this. So I will keep this going while I look for some better audio.
Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, Uber driver that have direct to cut off the company.
Right. I don't know if that ever, yeah, I asked, are you doing that? And at the time, when I asked, but this is a while ago, she said no. So
You specifically.
I said, are you going to just hire him directly? She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that must have been a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
And what rideshare service was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Uber, it could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know, she usually gets the regular stuff, whatever was available, and she was leaving very early in the morning for acid, so there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was gonna make it to the airport, because we couldn't get anyone, or they would be 30 minutes out.
Obviously, we're not missing, public and.
All right, let me see if,
And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda, like these things that came up that were disrupting her daily work were things that, we talked about all the time, and that it was, it was a huge pressure for her, and she didn't have all the personnel in place.
yes, I think that was it. Let's see if this has,
Just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or
No.
December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
She was going home for a few hours, so kind of.
Yeah, so basically, I guess it's the same thing. She was gonna come in on, remind me of the calendar here, thinking.
yeah, I'll probably go back to Law and Crime since they're not
she
as
was gone,
strike happy as local news. Okay, Dingus, 1 second. Okay. No, so Blast from Canton Past, we do have DeChico and Buchanan sitting in on this interview with Brian Walshe. And we also have, 1 second, Dingus is he's dying to death because the boys have come home and he can't get out of the room. No, the audio has been, I will say that the first interview this morning was better. This audio is a lot worse. I will boost everything again and just keep closed captions on. Today has been very much interview heavy. Hopefully tomorrow will be more just testimony, regular testimony.
And then who would it be with even? It's like, I don't even know.
Is work emergencies on? Is that anyone there that she had to pick up on?
Yeah, I think Evan leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, upticks or something that, like a outlier. There was the time when the FBI, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that were disrupting her daily work were things that, we talked about all the time, and that it was, it was a huge pressure for her, and she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah,
She was
after-
home for a few hours, she was kind of...
Yeah, so basically, I guess it was the same thing. She was gonna come in on, my use the calendar here, thank you. So, she was gone, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd, so 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was gonna stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get, I was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have I was upset. I had 2 weeks, in Belgrade and 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that, so.
Your Honor, Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go?
No, it'd be a good time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air when you can, either at lunch or get home. It helps from my experience. Bruce, I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have, and that I expect to know you will be obedient to them. First, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. But before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm. Lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I did ask my clerk to check earlier.
Oh God, are we going to have 27 days of explaining the blizzard? Is it enough? Are we getting enough snow to track a cat? God, why am I getting Canton flashbacks? Damn it all to hell.
This afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. And it sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But well, I don't want to jinx this, but I'll leave it there. Jurors, have a good night, and again, thanks for your attention today.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
Now, I have never seen a setup where the defense is seated directly behind the state. I don't know if it's a Massachusetts quirk or if just odd sort of setups.
Please be seated. What is the plan for day 2?
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the results of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on the, all in the electronics?
We're going to do it
Better.
on monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half a dozen witnesses if we go fast. And I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have because I'm not too sure what the cross will be. So I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. What I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing, but we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Good. All right. There was another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was Exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point, I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion in limine. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today, I can give the court.
As-
It's not, I think, the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a 1-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or Quails or whatever the name, how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Anna Walshe that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a 1-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining our argument a little more concisely. with
All right.
respect to those.
All right.
Holy goodness, have we been blessed with a judge in Massachusetts that makes rulings beforehand, that doesn't just YOLO, I'll make a choice when we're in trial? Oh my gosh, Bev, take lessons.
That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is day one. I will be hopping off of here, probably getting a quick dinner, and then making a short, probably 10-15 minute video breaking down the first day. If you don't want to have, to watch the full thing, I will say at least watch the state and the defense's opening statements. These are good to look at, even though they are not evidence and the jury doesn't have note or they don't take notes during the opening. It is good to, especially if you go into this case objectively, to try to make sure that both sides kind of stick to the blueprints or the, evidence that they stated that they would actually show us during the trial. So it's kind of good to see where both sides are coming from. And the defense's look, y'all, the defense is nuts, okay? She died suddenly and he was overcome with hysterical dismemberment, and lying to the police-itis. So it will be an interesting case. Again, I am keeping an open mind until we actually hear the defense's case. They did state that they would have medical examiners who could, opine on the fact that sudden adult death is a thing and that, there is documented history of people just suddenly dying out of, which I think we all know anecdotally, but I'm willing to listen to the medical evidence. It's just nothing else aligns with this story, the way he acted afterwards, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and wait for them to present their story because the state still has everything in their opening statement that they stated that they could prove, and I do want to hold them to that standard. So that is our, stream today. Thank you for joining the Petty Express. We have bingo, we have snark, and we have, we have Canton flashbacks. And Sharon Lore Halderson flashbacks. Let's see what tomorrow brings, whether it will be a day shortened by, Snowmageddon or if it will be slush and just normal. This will probably be the schedule that I keep, 10:30 to about 4:30. If there are days that run longer, we'll just try to catch it up on the flip side. But those are about the day length that I can tolerate. So that is what we will be doing going forward. I hope to see you tomorrow, and I'm going to get off to work on a breakdown video. So hopefully we have better audio tomorrow. I will be looking at different feeds and because we've got 45 more minutes of this pedantic interview to go through. So take your caffeine, take your Jolt Cola, and be ready for more interview audio craziness tomorrow. But it does look like the state is saying they're ahead of schedule. There were several stipulations I'll be going over in my breakdown video that might speed up this case a little bit faster. That being said, we have yet to go through a cross with the defense, so we might have a better idea of how swiftly this trial is going to go based on the defense tomorrow, hopefully. So I will see you guys tomorrow, bright and early at 8 in the morning for Mornings with Mo, your place for headlines, true crime, and the absurd that the news brings to us in 2025. And then at 10:30, we will be starting day 2 of the Brian Walshe case and seeing where the state takes us. So have a wonderful day, stay warm, and thanks for joining me. Bye, you guys.